I still haven't nailed the transitions, but we're live. Sorry for the long wait. We had to get a bunch of stuff ready. Another episode. My name's Logan. I'm a dungeon master, and apparently, I only exist to make my players clench. Um, but yeah, I'm the dungeon master of the Virtually Heroes podcast, and I eat, sleep, and breathe Dungeons and Dragons. And joining me on this lovely live stream today, we have a bunch of beautiful people, starting with my wife, Annabelle Martin.
You always wait until I get something in my mouth, which is unfortunate because I'm constantly eating. Oh wait, you didn't ask me a question. Never mind. I have to wait for you to ask me a question, right?
Who are you? What do you do? What do you play?
My name is Annabelle. I play Randy Wheel. She's a tiefling of Glacia with 1 level in Hexblade Warlock and 4 levels? Yeah, she's level 5. 4 levels in Soul Knife Rogue. We're not using the Unearthed Arcana version. We're using the Tasha's Cauldron of Everything version. And I try to be an assassin. I'm not very good at it, but I'm working on it.
Beautiful. And following that up, we have everyone's favorite dwarf, who's not a dwarf sometimes, but is a dwarf most of the time, but really isn't very invested in not being a dwarf. Brian Roberts, who are you? What do you do? What do you play?
My name is indeed Brian Roberts. I play Jaxwood Flintbelt of the Deep Crag clan of Barad-dûn. He's a druid / ranger, mostly druid though. Does some druidy things, like summoning, some pretty menacing toads. If you guys remember, a couple, but other than that, he likes Olymba juice and he fucks shit up.
Awesome. I was gonna say something and it escaped me. Jordan Robinson, who are you? What do you do? What do you play?
Hi, my name is Jordan Robinson. No, I'm not going to talk that. My name is Jordan Robinson. I play Zafaria Cianadel, a wood elf, cleric monk, Clunk, as I lovingly called him. Yeah, he casts spells, he thinks about things, he meditates, he freaks out about crazy, shit that you only see in an elven lifespan once. Yeah.
And I'll add, he keeps us on the straight and narrow for the most part.
I guess. I try.
You're my Jiminy Cricket, Zelfarius. You truly are.
I love you, bro.
And last but not least, we have Daniel Sanders. Who are you? What do you do? And what do you play?
Hello, I'm Daniel Sanders. I play Cerberus Lenegoth, a high elf wizard fighter. Possibly more fighter soon. Who knows? I identify things. I am a dick, and I like magic, and I'm the Harry Potter because I have magic school in a couple weeks.
You do have magic school. Got to be earning that tuition. Quick couple of announcements. Sorry, I hit my microphone. Quick couple of announcements before we start playing. I have branched out to a couple things of social media. I'm very inactive on Twitter, which is the most active social media I'm on. I also started a TikTok. So if you're watching this in the future or the past or on the podcast, you can find me at Classic Geek Broadcasting on TikTok. And the only thing I really post is just ideas for Dungeons and Dragons. Like, you could kill your party. Like, just do it. Just why not? Why haven't you done it yet? Stuff like that. And then also, just so that my friends can all make fun of me right now real fast and get it out of the way, I am attempting to start an OnlyFans where specifically I just stream and broadcast my note-taking and world building. So like the stuff that I do for this game, I just like on Saturday gonna like just broadcast my notes. It's like that's the most private thing I could share with my life. It seemed like OnlyFans was the right place to do it. So if you
gotta do it shirtless.
if you want spoilers for my ideas for this campaign, or you want to see how I make like really broad, deep notes for my world or anything like that, you can find me on a porn website. at Classic Geek Broadcasting, because always be branding.
You're just a quick question. Are we allowed to subscribe? That'd be spoilers. A, that's my first question. My second question is, are you at least gonna take your shirt off?
Yes and no, in respectively. Yes, because if you're gonna pay me to look at my notes, fuck yeah, I'm gonna let you guys look at my notes. I'm here to make that money.
All right, so the Fry meme from Futurama, where he's just holding a walkie, he's like, "Shut up and take my money." But I'm here for the shirtlessness.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I'm here to disappoint. I am not that self-confident.
I'll take pants.
Yep. One or the other.
But yeah, no. So that's I'm doing that, and if you want to come along for that, I also plan on. I just taught myself how to draw isometric dungeons, so I'm also on either DM's Guild or one of those drive-through RPG sites. Gonna start releasing just dungeon ideas where you get a fully mapped out isometric dungeon. It's gonna be really pretty. I work real hard on learning art stuff, and just a couple ideas on what you could put in the dungeon. Maybe I'll do like one kind of biggish map and then like 3 flavors for the dungeon, where it's like, here's a necrotic dungeon, here's a nature taken over dungeon that's been left too long, and then, yeah, I don't know, like an elemental dungeon or something like that. A bandit dungeon for low level parties. But yeah, so without further ado, and that being said, let's go ahead and do a recap where I ask my players the top 3 things they remember from last session. Everybody's going to remember the same 3 things, because 3 things are the only things that happened last session. So, instead of doing 3 things each, because we had a relatively limited number, I want everybody to pick one thing that stuck out the most to you. And I'm going to roll a d4 to see who goes first. 1 will be Daniel, 2 will be Brian, 3 will be Annabelle, and 4 will be Jordan. It's not actually a D4, it's a D10. I don't have a D4 available. That's a 6 and an 8. A 3. Annabelle, first thing you remember.
I traded items around with the party, and I got a helm of teleportation, which was pretty cool. But it is a big samurai helmet, so not going to be adding that into my daily wardrobe. I'm probably just going to use, if I ever need it, I'll just use my free action to like whoop, and then I guess I'll keep it on through combat. It would be silly of me to take it off at that point. I also, so that's, I guess 2 technically, right? There was, well, Arandi doesn't know, so I won't tell the story because I wasn't there. But there was Mr. Twisty Tree Root.
One thing. You get one thing.
I get one thing?
Everybody gets one thing.
Okay, well then I guess if I'm not gonna do that one, my third one will
No,
be...
you get one thing!
Oh, shit.
One
You
memory!
switched it up.
I'm sorry. I wasn't paying complete attention, I guess, to the wording of your question. I apologize.
Okay.
Jax, that's his name. Twisty Roots.
Oh yeah.
Alright.
I knew it had roots in it. I just couldn't remember the first part.
Jordan. One thing you remember from
Yes.
last session.
I got you, girl. One thing. Let's see. I'm gonna say encountering that fucking Doulahan, man. Especially being the first one to like pick it up, and the whole like, you feel a presence, and it's like, oh shit, everybody run. So yeah.
Daniel.
All right, I'm gonna go with my 4 things. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Probably the red-eyed lady. Simply because I set an alarm for pretty much anything not normal, and she tripped it even though she looked halfway normal.
That's fair. And lastly but not leastly, Brian.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with my little extravaganza that I experienced with all of the animals, talking to the animals, talking to the trees, talking to Twisty Roots. It was really cool, and partly because I enjoy Logan's storytelling, but mostly because it was a really cool experience, and I was trying to get everybody else involved, but it disappeared and made me seem like a crazy dwarf. But but yeah, I mean that was pretty memorable. So that was my first one. My second one was
Wait, you only get one.
All right. So yeah, that I think that actually covers like everything that happened last session. Because not a lot happened last session. So we begin today's story in a cart, being pulled by a horse with an antlered hat made of deer hog, whilst the rest of the party chills in the back. You guys have taken turns making sure that you got all of the rest that you need, and you should have one more night of camping, and then tomorrow sometime in the morning you guys will arrive at your first non-zealous destination of Rosenald, which is a halfway. It's kind of like your last stop before you have a multiple day journey towards Gresht. So, Orandi, you finish concentrating and familiarizing yourself with the blade that was given to you by Zelfarius. And it's an interesting weapon. It's not very flashy or pretty. It's kind of jagged, not like serrated, but like almost like the blade, even though it's metal, is like napped stone, like that has been flaked off and sharpened that way. It's crooked. It's uneven in thickness. It's kind of crude. And as it is a dagger and not a knife, it is double-edged. That is the difference between a dagger and a knife. But just above the handle, doesn't have a hilt per se. It just has kind of a flare. And you take a long look at it. Really, it's almost spherical, but like flattened. And it has kind of a crescent moon sort of fold or wrinkle in it. Like the metal has been like bent into like a crescent moon on the bottom. And the longer that you stare at this one element of the dagger, you look on the other side and there is not one on that side. It's just flat. And so you turn it back over. And immediately your mouth begins to dry. That's it.
I'm gonna drink some water. Got some cotton mouth. Must have had whatever Jax had last night.
You do go ahead and take a good swig from your water skin, though the feeling does not change or subside.
It's just digesting the water. Gonna get it into the bloodstream, so, it'll be fine later, I'm sure.
Who are you talking? Are you saying this out loud?
I'm saying this to myself. I'm making my observations to the...
Gotcha. Okay.
I don't know.
It's just when you say it in your accent, I assume that you're like speaking as your character. I need Cerberus and Zelfarius to go ahead and roll perception checks.
Since we're linked here, technically, do I hear her thinking as well?
Not unless you broadcast it to you specifically.
We're not linked currently. That only lasts for, I think, like 6 hours or something.
6 on perception.
23.
Yeah, Zelfarius, you hear Orandi muttering to herself about digesting and her bloodstream and water.
Randy. Whoa. Randy, you doing okay back there?
Just got a little bit of cotton mouth, that's all. I'm fine.
Oh, do you have water?
Yep. I just gotta let it digest. Because my mouth is still dry. But you know how... Gotta let it get into your bloodstream. Gotta get the water into my blood.
Right. DM, did I notice? Did we notice her tuning to the dagger beforehand?
Probably. She would have had to have been doing it for an hour.
Okay.
It does look
All right.
specifically different than when Cerberus watched her attune to her Hexblade, which took on like psychic properties, and then was able to replicate itself. So Arandi does have an actual dagger that looks exactly like her psychic daggers that she doesn't take out or use, but is there still.
I learned as of today, it's a knife.
It is a knife.
All right. Well, just keep an eye on it. Don't want that to get any worse. But yeah.
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure I'm fine.
I'm just pulling the cart. Waiting for Arandi to mind link.
Oh. Jax, do you want to mind link?
I mean, not necessarily. I'm just saying I'm kind of in the dark over here.
Which you guys hear as...
Actually,
Sounds a bit upset being left out of the conversation, doesn't he?
I was actually going to ask if you could mind link with him, Arandi. I wanted to talk to everybody. Oh, well, I can't talk today. Everybody.
Yep, let me just remember exactly how that works because I'm not using the UA version. Okay. And we've taken a long rest. So
I really wish I knew the plan for today, so I could. Is there? I mean, outside of the game, is there combat plan for today? Or would I not know that?
You don't know?
We don't know shit, mean.
That look though. All right, everyone, ready your nukes.
I'm changing my spit. No kidding.
Guys, I rolled a
Okay.
random encounter and put 3 like level 4 players up against a Hydra last Monday.
Ooh, I do love Hydras.
So, I do have a question for the DM. Under psionic power, it says that I have 6 psionic energy dice.
Click
and
on
then
psionic power.
parentheses- Yeah, I have.
Hmm.
The thing that I'm checking is it says I have 6 psionic energy dice, and then in parentheses in bold, it says 1d8.
Yeah.
When I go over to never mind. Disregard. I'm all set. So yeah, it is 7 is what I rolled, so it's 7 hours that we can all talk to each other. Or everyone can talk to me privately to my mind. I link with the 3 of you.
Yeah, also, if you guys do want to share something to Arandi that you don't necessarily want shared to... Say that Cerberus wants to say something to Zell and Arandi about Jax, but doesn't want Jax to hear. Cerberus can tell Arandi, and Arandi can tell Zell telepathically without him knowing. So if you guys want to use her as a walkie-talkie for anything, you can text Annabelle and she can text back and forth. Not saying do that, I'm just saying that's a viable way to use that skill.
That's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
like if we want to start some drama, start talking about each other behind each other's backs. I'm not particularly cool with it. I think that's shitty, but I can pass along a secret message or two.
Arandi Cerberus is such a dick. I feel like he just goes around.
Have you seen Zelfarius's robes are so last season?
Biting in straight into the testicles. Like I don't understand why he does it. It's so stupid.
I love that Cerberus's go-to is like fashion. Like the guy who just wears armor all the time. Fashion.
It's my
Well-
secret passion.
Yeah, like maybe because he has to wear armor all the time, he's like really jealous, and so he has an eye for
He has like a designer gambeson that you guys never get to see because it's under the
Yep.
plate mail.
Yeah, this is canon.
Yep. The armor is so like.
I expect you,
plain.
if it's canon, I expect you to spend some money on some fine clothing when you get back to Zelos.
As soon as I pay for school, I'm gonna start stripping on the side to afford it.
Because it is also canon that he puts on Vans before he goes to a gala. I believe that was like a whole conversation we had.
I forgot about the bands.
Also, it is cool outside, around 49 to 60 degrees Fahrenheit in there, that range. So it'd be around 60 during the day. Fresh breeze headed south. Gray,
Okay.
slightly overcast.
The voice you did that in was perfect. 'Cause I was expecting there's a cold front moving in. You just sounded like it was a very smooth weatherman.
You're listening to Smooth Weather.
It's just like like a sprite or tiny elemental that just pops up frequently to travelers. Like it has an agreement with the road sphere. It's like, today your weather will be.
Hey, I have a spell for that.
But yeah, you guys are all psychically connected. What do you talk about?
So I just wanted to apologize to everyone. I know I kind of freaked out last night a little bit. I have had encounters in the past in the Feywild, and long story short, basically, one of my brothers almost died because of said things. There was something pretending to be something that it wasn't, and I don't know, it just hit close to home. So I guess my main thing to Jax is pretty much what I talked with Aranti about. Like, if you want to go on these adventures, I'm not saying we can't do that. And I don't want to be, the fun sucker or anything like that. I just want us all to be on the same page and, agree in agreement about what we're going to do is all.
I agree, See, the thing is, though, last night, I just felt it calling to me, and you guys were in the bubble. I figured you were safe. Yeah, but I get you. I understand. I will be more careful in the future.
I repeat what he says.
Yeah,
And
I
then-
just... Oh, go ahead.
No, I just will also, telepathically, right after you mentioned about fun sucking Zelfarius, I'm gonna, telepathically go to Jax. He doesn't want to be a fun sucker, he just is. Then I'll be like, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna say was, not is. That implies that he's a fun sucker.
I
Which
feel
you're
like
not
the
really.
fun sucker is like an enemy or a creature I need to make now.
The fun plot twist. Zell actually has a fun sucker inside his soul.
It's like like the clown, but has some kind of weird leech mouth.
It
Ah,
manifests and latches to lawful good people.
Can its offspring look like Jamie Lee Curtis in Freaky Friday when like fun sucker?
Yes.
yes, canon.
Anyway,
But no, I just want everyone to be okay. That's all, because I've been through that experience and it's not the fun one. So that's all.
I understand where you're coming from, Zelfarius.
Yeah. I'll be okay once we get to the next city and my hooves stop hurting, but yeah. I agree.
I mean, are they hurting bad? I can, cure that. Help ease the pain a little bit.
I know. No, I'm fine. I was just... Nope. I'm good.
In my
Oh.
in my head canon, when Jax rests and doesn't leave horse form, you just guys like saddle him up or tie him up next to like a trough of Olemba juice, and that's why he's cool like doing this. Then you have a full like draft horse just slithering across the ground, like next to a pond. We get very distracted playing Dungeons and Dragons.
That's great. I love it.
I need to see artwork of a slithering horse. I need to see it.
Yes. There are several things I want to see artwork of. But I also forgot to tell you guys. I tried to message our friend, the young girl from the sewers, and the message failed last night before bed. I don't know if it was just the forest, if there was something about it. I don't know if she's in a place they can't get to, but it didn't reach her.
It didn't reach her, or she just didn't reply?
No, the spell failed. Like, it
Wow.
started to make its way to her, and then I felt it kind of dissolve.
Isn't that what it did when we tried to send a message to Randy? And she was not in our plane?
No,
So,
I got your
I
message.
I
That one
thought
failed.
it had failed, but it was dissolving in a different way, I guess, and it did succeed. So, but this time I did feel it fail.
Well, I mean, that could possibly be if she was incapacitated. I believe that I could be thinking of a different spell, but I believe they can only hear if they can respond immediately. So if she's indisposed, I don't think it would go through completely.
I don't know. But yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know.
That's definitely something we should look into once we get back.
Who was watching her? Was it,
It's at this point, Cerberus, that you're interrupted. Like mentally. And a voice comes through. I hate to interrupt whatever you might have going on, but I thought I would keep you updated on things that are occurring in the city since you've left.
This is Orokus, I assume.
It sounds like a Rokus.
Okay, cool. I didn't want to. All right. I'll in that case I'll think back, be like, I appreciate it. What seems to be going on?
This may require multiple castings. Thank you for keeping track. Firstly, Von Stein has been executed successfully. Your corpse has been found and laid to rest. How many do I have left?
11.
And the summit for the archive rights are being voted on.
Are the ums considered to be words?
No.
Yeah, I didn't count the MC.
Orokus isn't the kind of man who would say
So did he not say or are we allowed to say
No, he didn't say
Okay.
So you got 4 left.
He'll just end there.
Okay, love you, bye.
Dad.
Yes, my job.
um.
I'm sorry you had to find out this way.
I thought you went to get medieval cigarettes. But okay, so real quick, remind me, Summit of Archives. I'm blanking on that.
Yeah, so the Summit of Archives is essentially the council has a summit where they vote on archive rights between the Colloquium and the Chantry. So the summit was scheduled for either today or tomorrow.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. I'll respond. Thank you for keeping me informed. If anything goes awry, I'll have Zelfarius send you some information. I'll leave it off there.
There's no reply after that.
I'll just kind of shake my head, look up at the party, and I'll say this out loud. So it seems our friend Von Stein was executed recently.
Are we sure about that? He was a necromancer.
That's actually a very good point.
Is there any like permanent way to ensure that he can't be resurrected? I know that there are some spells that like make it impossible for the next like 10 days or something like that, but
I mean, the easiest way, but it's still technically no guarantee, is to get rid of all things them. Like, get rid of the corpse, burn everything they have. If they have a connection, it's technically always possible through some farcical way, and it's always possible.
I don't think we've seen the last of him. I don't know how, but I don't know. I think he's onto something that we've just stumbled into, so we need to be prepared to see him again.
Cerberus, why didn't you ask about the little girl? You forgot about her already?
No, I did
Jesus.
not. I did not forget about her.
I know
I
you're not a fan of children.
Oh, seems like you forgot, yeah.
I'll convey that message.
With the
First of all, you guys don't know how I have this information.
how do you have this information? Just out of curiosity.
Orokus sent me a message.
Ah,
I'm
That's not
sorry,
okay.
I made the assumption. It was correct, but I just made the assumption. I figured that's the only person who really cares to reach out to us in Zealous. Certainly via magical means.
Regardless, and I agree. I did not forget about the little girl. Orokus, I don't entirely trust to A, give me a straight answer, and B, I don't trust his motives exactly.
Was she exclusively in Orokus's care, or was it like? Do you think Mr. Rowerly could possibly give us some information about her? I feel like he's a little bit more trustworthy.
DM, was it strictly Orokus, or was Orokus just in charge?
It's seemingly all Orokus did was aid the guard in their ingress into what was beneath the Downfall Chalice. So he restrained her such that she could be removed safely. You don't know what happened to her after that.
Does my party know that Philomena Dupree is dead? I forgot that you guys might.
I believe it was in
know.
the Zelen Current.
And okay.
Yeah, I
You guys
believe that her
know
death
that.
was announced because Orokus also talked, at least to Cerberus, about the fact that the seat was open. That's what that summit was for.
Got you. And do we know who got elected? I don't think you mentioned that, but I don't think that
No.
you mentioned.
Did he say the summit was starting or completed? What I just said. I know I don't remember what I just said.
Starting,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. So
Starting, I thought.
no one's been elected yet.
Okay.
That's the
And
kind of
he-
that's the kind of thing that would take a while because there's going to be a lot of arguments and hearings between the Chantry, which has like a grandfathered in duty to what they do, especially because there's an agreement with the Enodelian Vault, and essentially the city of Zealous saying, "Keep your fancy vault, disconnect it from our city. We don't want it sitting down there," is kind of like where it is now.
And Daniel, you didn't mention the summit, right, to us?
Not yet.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, but like I said, I don't necessarily trust Orokus. He's helped us out tremendously. However, I'm weary of letting him in on things we know, or like everything we know.
What's the reason you don't trust him?
Wizards always have a plan. I feel like there's something behind his interest. Yeah, I don't think it's completely. I'm not saying he's a bad person. I just think there's something more to him taking such an interest in our group.
That's fair. I guess. I don't know. It's one of those. He's watching us, so we just have to watch him as much as we can.
And I think I can always ask him about the little girl, but I think we should possibly, Zelfaris, if you're okay with it, try maybe that message throughout the next couple days before we start raising any alarms, just in case.
All right. Yeah, I think I'll try and save it for right before we go to bed. But if you want, I could also message Rory, as Arandi said. But I don't know. I feel like if Orokus is watching us, then he'll probably get wind of that.
Well, could it also be that perhaps she's being kept in some kind of anti-magic field or chamber for her own protection? I mean, we don't know exactly what the situation was as far as, people trying to take advantage of her or contact her or anything, so it could just be as simple as that. But
That's... Sorry,
well,
go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say the only problem with that theory is that there's no one we can really trust to tell us that reliably. We would just have to find that out on our own if we really wanted to know for sure if she was safe.
Actually, Urondi, you could find that out very easily within probably an hour or two. But in person.
I could. The problem being, if I were to teleport to wherever, I would worry about the fact that I don't know exactly where she is. Do we know exactly where she is or where she was supposed to be?
I don't think we have any information on her, actually. Yeah, they just took her and put her wherever she is. I assume it's probably in some kind of, magic reducing, or what's the word I'm looking for? Magic canceling, holding cell or something of that.
Maybe we could reach out to Rowley under, the premise of, oh, we found someone who might be her family, or, oh, someone, I don't know, wants to adopt her, or something like that. Do you think maybe he might give us some information then? Or perhaps let one of us see her?
I mean, it's possible. I just think we should probably wait and do that in person. I don't know if communicating over distance would give us quite the leverage that we're trying to get with that.
I mean, we could also, if we wanted to do the remote route, we could always, like you guys said, we could do the deception route where maybe we don't ask about the little girl herself, but I assume she's being kept underneath the keep at the top of the city. But maybe we just ask Rowley, where do they keep the high profile people? The people, especially people with magic. I like I said, I assume it's underneath the keep, but we never know. Another issue I'm seeing, though, sorry, he actually might be busy with Zafarius, the Summit of Archives is about to begin. So he could be running security for that. I know that's not exactly a happy affair because a bunch of arguing and possible fights, I guess.
Shit, I forgot about that, to be honest. We
Was-
kind of left before we could see what the end result of that is. I'm curious to see who will fill that spot.
Well, what spot? What are you guys talking about?
Well, do you know Pamela Dupree? She died. So her spot has opened.
Is she okay? How did she die?
Yeah, what did the Zelen Current say?
Straight up deception check right there.
I didn't try to deceive him. I didn't say anything.
You're trying
specific.
to imply that you don't know how she died. That is
Is that it?
deception.
Insight
okay.
for me?
Sure. Unless are you trying to? No, this would be your passive insight. You're not trying to glean anything from her.
Gotcha.
Are you proficient with deception?
I am. It's a plus 10, 17.
You can also add your psychic die if you really want to make sure you.
Yes, I do.
Just mark it off.
19.
19. What's Zell's passive insight?
17.
Yeah, so you don't notice that she. It's like, gasp.
So she seems so young. I didn't say that. That implies that I know how she died.
But yeah, so you ask how she died. The Zelen Current. I believe it probably just listed causes unknown.
Her death actually was unknown. There was no lead or tie to what killed her. So, yeah.
So it wasn't like a political murder for anybody to get her spot or anything. It was just like, I don't know. I feel like the Zelen Current, if it was in the newspaper, if it was like foul play, they'd probably say so. But I don't really see her dying of natural causes, right? Like, she seemed like not old, but I mean not young, but she didn't seem very old.
Is this the one where you shoved the bone down her throat? Okay.
Quick question here. What did you say about if we wanted private conversations? Do we can we initiate them, or does it have to be her initiating it?
No,
So
you
you
can
can
text. You can text Annabelle with whatever you want to say.
Unless you want
Brian's
everyone
like,
I'd love if you text Annabelle to text Annabelle and me, so that I at least know, like, have something to follow.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can have a private conversation with Arandi.
Yeah, I forgot about the bone.
Yeah,
I was thinking,
Oswaldo Blackclaw is probably not going to publish something that defamatory in the news about a political leader and council chairholder. So even if it was reported by the police, Ozzy's probably not gonna write it.
you know, Arandi, you seem particularly, I don't know what the word is I'm looking for, perturbed, for a lack of better word,
I'm
about
just kind
her.
of shocked. We just saw her the other day and she looked fine. I tried to go out on a date with her assistant. Her assistant thought I was like bribing her for information. And then she said some racist ass shit to me about, my horns and how, like, oh, I don't want to be seen with one of your kind. And anyway, it was just really sudden. Like, we had just seen her. I'm pretty shocked by it. Not that it's necessarily the worst loss, but I think she was on the side of your temple too, right? Wasn't she, as far as the...
It should be worth reminding you guys still haven't known each other for 2 weeks yet.
Which, to that point, now I'm kind of looking just to see what I can glean from that.
Roll an insight check.
25.
25. I will say that nothing Orandi said is technically a lie. So, even with a 25, most of what you're focusing on is, like, the racist shit. Because that's mostly what she's focused on.
Okay.
Definitely concerned.
Well,
I can tell you that I'm concerned.
I am sorry about the racism you encountered. That nobody should have to go through that.
Well, I'm really sorry to hear that someone who is kind of on the side of your temple as far as the antiquities and things. I mean, you guys have kind of like a not necessarily tribal right to them, but you know what I mean? Like your order, as far as I know anyway, I don't really know a lot about it, but the Old Dragon's a very old god. Like, my guess is that your standing has been older than the city itself, right? Do you know, was the vault created after the city came in, or?
Actually, that's a good question.
Vault is by far older than a lot of the structures. The vault would be about the same age as the Dragon Keep in the capital. One of the
That's what I
oldest
thought.
structures in the world.
Yeah, it's one of the oldest structures in the world. As far as Pamela, though, I'm not going to say she was an advocate. She was more on our side for political gameplay. She wasn't necessarily outright supportive of us and our order and what we do. So it was a not exactly strained, but strained relationship. I mean,
It's just, I haven't really thought about it much before, because, I mean, I didn't really know about the vault before I met you, but, I mean, if the vault exists longer than the city has, or has existed longer than the city has, then what right do they really have to tell you guys to get rid of it or move it, or to tell you guys what happens with what goes in there? I mean, that's none of their business. They're the ones who built. That's like someone building a university and then them building a college town around the university and then being like, you need to move your university. We don't like the fact that there are college kids drinking or something. I don't know.
Point of clarification only for Jordan. The vault, it doesn't exist in Zealous. The vault exists in the Platinum Temple in Enodel, and this is a doorway to that. I know that
Yeah, but
Orandi has no idea about that, but I'm just making sure that you're aware that that's the condition.
yeah, I was just about to. um, well, technically, the vault, it technically doesn't exist in Zealous. It's connected to the vault in my home in Enodel. There's a doorway between the two. And that's what they're fighting over, is the connection, having that connection there underneath the city, which, I mean, I can see, because prime example, Von Stein happened to just walk in and, take some very powerful items out, and it can be a time bomb, and I have my own ideas of how I want to fix that, but I don't know, it's going to take time and a lot of effort to change minds and get people to see past their own, agendas and views.
I just find it strange. I don't know. And it's not really any of my business one way or the other, but I don't know. I feel like it's A, a part of your religion, but B, you all have been tasked by, I don't actually know how it works. I just assume that you've been tasked by your god or something to, like, keep these safe. And I feel like a directive from a god is a little more important than, like, oh, this one guy got in one time, so you have to shut it all down. I don't know.
I mean, imagine you build a house for yourself, right? And in your basement, there's essentially a nuclear bomb. And, that poses some threat on some level to your safety and your investment in your living space.
Yeah, because I guess technically it's more like you built a house after like at some point you built a house and then you found out that your neighbor had put a nuclear bomb underneath your house and he's like, "Oh, it's safe." I can understand that, I guess. Cuz
Yeah,
you'd be like,
that's
"I'm moving my whole house, like get the bomb out."
so that's what the city is. Their how do I want to say that? Their view on being against having the vault there. But what I want to do eventually is try to convince the temple to at least work with, on some way, shape, or form, the colloquium, can't say it in that accent, and have maybe not full access to the vault, but maybe items, or they could start researching some of these things and work together, because I don't know, it's just sitting stagnant and that's not helping anybody at all. So, in
Honestly,
my
I think
opinion.
I think you're getting close to the real reason. Uh, I don't really, myself personally, don't really think that the city really cares that much. I think they're just after that power that's in there.
Well, certain people, but a normal person, I'm sure they would be, worried about what we're talking about. But yes, I'm sure there are people, and I think Pamela was one of them, uh, not necessarily for evil means, but she wanted to get into the vault and see what was in there.
Yes, what I'm saying, your everyday person's going to be scared of some powerful weapons underneath the city, but that's really just weaponized by. We're getting political now. That's just political heads, just honestly fear mongering, trying to, in my opinion, get their hands on public support to get what's underneath. But that's just, I personally know Delvo Arokis is after Palomina's seat, so he's gonna probably push for that.
Well, they can't do that, right? He's obviously too biased. He's a member of the colloquium, right?
Well, I don't think it's going to matter about bias. It's going to matter about votes and what vote swings in favor of what issue comes up. I'm not entirely sure of how it all functions, but it's just a bunch of bullshit, honestly,
And
in my
Delvo
opinion.
has power. He has power. He has the power to sway people, and he has. When I say sway people, he's into secrets, I guess, a way of finding out, worming his way into someone's life just to hold that little minute favor over them.
Cerberus, forgive me if this is too forward. Has he attempted that on you or someone you know? It just seems pretty, I don't know, personal.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, so over you then.
Perhaps.
Is it something we need to be aware of? Like, do you need help?
Not yet. No favor's been called in, technically.
All right. Just we're here, I guess, if you need help. I don't know. I certainly don't want him lording something over you.
I appreciate it. But that is why Orandi earlier, I'm timid to give him too much information.
Oh, definitely understandable. I'm starting to learn myself the value of keeping your mouth shut in general, so I can absolutely sympathize with that.
So, the conversation. Hold on. The conversation and the travel moves forward late into the day. You guys take a few rests. Jax, everybody roll me a perception check, real quick, as Jax takes probably his first rest for the day.
Even me?
Everybody.
16.
16.
4.
Okay.
Wow, rolled really low. 14.
14.
9.
9. Okay. So as Jax and Rondi go off in separate directions to go take a whiz in the bushes, and Jax dehorses to take whatever rest, Cerberus, you notice something fall out of his pocket that immediately flashes with like bright green energy as it hits the ground.
I'll take a peek at it.
Okay. You look at it. It is an acorn. Just fell out of his pocket. But he's gone. He's off in the bushes doing his dwarvenly duty.
But an acorn with green energy.
Yeah, it did flash.
I'll take this could sound strange, like a piece of parchment out of my pack.
Okay.
And so I don't physically make contact with it. I'll pick it up with the paper.
Okay, you do immediately hear a voice.
I'm sorry. I had to leave quite quickly, but talking to you was a wonderful time, and you were quite pleasurable to be around. So, in apologies for having to take off so quickly and not meeting your friends, I thought I'd give you this. If you ever have need or are in dire straits, simply plant it in the ground, and I'll be there soon. See you someday.
Oh shit! I feel bad for hearing that. Not Jax.
Now we have proof that it's real.
Holy shit!
Are you okay? What is that?
Here, touch this acorn.
Okay, I touch it.
It's just an acorn.
Is it still like gooey or flashy or whatever?
No, it just looks like a regular acorn.
Cerberus, are you okay? This is just an acorn.
There was a voice. I don't think Jax was lying last night.
Oh, he probably wasn't. I mean, I believe him. The Feywild is a thing.
No, I'm not saying that. He just, you know how there's always that semblance. There's a doubt when you don't see it yourself. But I heard a strange voice come through this. I know this sounds fucking nuts, but there's a strange voice in this acorn.
I mean, that's good, I guess. That means whoever he talked to, they had the intentions of what he thought that they were, which is good. So I'm just glad that they weren't, they didn't have a facade, I guess, and they weren't malicious or in any way or trying to glean something without his knowledge. So what did it say, by the way?
I guess in summation, it was kind of like talking to you was great. Loved meeting you. Plant this in the ground and I'll be there, kind of thing.
That's pretty cool.
Really cool. Jax, are you finished?
Yeah, I'm coming.
Come check out this weird acorn.
Acorn, what about it?
Jax, what did you say the tree was? The tree's name you talked to? Like, what was his name?
I already forget.
What's your root?
Twisty Roots, yes. I keep getting Roots. I can't remember the first. His name was Twisted Roots, yeah. He was pretty cool. He was a pretty nice guy. But you guys, don't believe me, so.
I
mean,
have always believed you about that, Jax.
I believed it happened. I just wanted to make sure that, like I said earlier, everybody's aware and on the same page of stuff before, we wander off. That's all.
Yeah, you wanted to make sure it wasn't one of those sirens or witches who were trying to, sexually and capture me and take me to the Fey realm forever. I get it. I get it.
That's a possibility. Not the particular one I was thinking of, but
Not that
Yeah.
you're concerned about the hag spawn he's been spending a lot of time with, but that's none of my business.
I mean, yes, but she seems to like him and is okay with us and is not hurting anyone. I mean,
Well, Twisty Root sounded like a fine fellow based on Jack's accounting, and the entire forests that Jack spoke with.
I know. I'm just saying things can also have a facade or have a deal that you're not aware of. So you just have to be careful.
I will be careful.
I'm gonna reach out and like hand you the acorn. Jax, this fell out of your pocket, so I picked it up. And the reason we bring this up is because I think you said Twisty Roots left a message within this acorn. It doesn't seem to work a second time, but in summation, he said it was nice meeting you. I think he said something about wanting to meet, wishing he could have met everyone. Lovely talking to you, and if you were ever to be in need, plant the seed, and he would be there.
He said to plant it, huh? Well, that's good to know. I don't necessarily think we need it right now, maybe. Unless you guys want to meet him, of course, right now.
No, I think we should save it for a time when, we have more time to talk to him, since we're
Or I mean, you said he said emergency pretty much. It sounded like the way you described, like if we need help, then plant it.
He just, as far as I remember, he just said, "If you need me."
Well, I'll definitely put it to good use once we do need it. That just sounds like...
My only concern that I would want to say now is that I would hate for some loving, wonderful, extra old eldritch tree spirit, very kind man or thing, to get summoned in the midst of battle. We don't know how powerful he is or not, so it might be best for us to do some reading into him. Just, if we get in trouble, we don't want to summon him there to die.
Well, he did say that he was pretty much old as time, so I imagine anything in this plane could probably not kill him, to be honest. Someone who's that old.
And
Maybe he's frail.
well, usually with time comes power. And even if his manifestation is frail, he himself might be pretty powerful and can, summon another manifestation of himself.
And with power comes great responsibility.
Absolutely.
Indeed, yeah, So I'll tuck it away, and once we need it, I mean, obviously, we're about to be in this new town up here soon. And obviously, he came around in this area, so maybe they know more about it.
Yeah, if there's especially if I could find a library, I might be able to find something like Orandi said. It couldn't hurt to find more information on him if it exists.
Something that's old. There has to be old stories or old books or something.
Absolutely, folklore. It has to be full of him somewhere.
DM, would I have, with the time I've spent Feywild research, does that ring a bell at all?
Roll a history check. DC
Can I-
20.
Guide myself?
Sure.
Hey, dragon, give me some knowledge. Oh my god, 19. Ugh.
Sounds really familiar, but not a Feywild thing.
Now that we're talking about it, it sounds... I feel like I've heard about him before. Or read somewhere. I can't quite put my finger on it. I'll have to think about that. Maybe I'll remember at some point, but I don't know. It doesn't ring a Feywild bell.
I feel like if anybody knows it historically, it's probably Jax. So I'm not sure if I
You
would
can
have known
roll a
about it before.
history. You can roll a history check.
I mean, if it's DC 20, I'm probably not gonna hit it.
Or like
we
a
gonna try.
religion.
Yeah, it's the same.
Well, also the DC could change depending on where you're drawing the experience from. So, like, if it's not a Feywild thing, it wouldn't matter how high Zalfarius. Like, if Zalfarius has never potentially ever read about him, there's no like DC where he could magically know. So there's a chance.
It might be lower for you.
Yeah, but I've already RP'd and like not knowing about him previously, so I don't want to like break that. You know what I mean? I don't want to like all of a sudden be like, oh well, by the way, also yeah.
Sure, but you could still try and see if you recall any kind of legend, lore, or anything like that.
All right, cool.
Yeah, it could just be like, oh, I forgot about that. You know.
And Logan, I
Maybe
feel like
it'll-
it's so far out of the. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Good.
You're good. Sorry. No. After you. I insist.
I assume with my background and shit, like, this is nowhere near my domain. I assume.
No, pretty much anybody could roll this history except Orandi.
I'm gonna roll. It's a +2.
We don't have plants where I'm from, so.
I rolled an
We
8
have
+2 is
rules.
10.
Doesn't ring a bell.
24.
24.
Ooh.
So, Zalfarius mentions that it doesn't seem like a Feywild thing. So you start thinking about other, like, you. So here is why it is specifically applies to you. You have a non-draconic religion that you have been somewhat formed around. And there is a very small section of the Landcarver religion that mentions that Grulgarum and Adtris. Grulgarum made the mountains and Adtris covered them with flowers. Adtris has a liaison on the world because she isn't here all the time. And it's not that he came of her, it's just that when she began her work in the world, he is some kind of offset of that work. That has had many names over the course of history. No one's entirely sure what it is. There are bits and pieces, according to what you know, especially from what Ramsey has told you. No human has ever seen him. But the longer-lived races have stories. Sometimes they're barroom stories of having gone out into the woods and been wasted and meeting a strange old dude. Specifically, druids seem to be more in connection with him. But there are a couple of names. There is Aelrendilidir is the Elvish name for this sort of... He's not a treant, but he can awaken trees like a treant can. I hope I can say this right. The dwarves have a legend about Noram Dul Grulum? Yes. Yeah, he doesn't say it because I can't say it.
Imagine making up words and they're so complicated in the languages that you've created that you can't even pronounce them.
Noram Dul Grulum, who some dwarves believe is a cousin of Grulgarum, the Landcarver. Some dwarves believe that it's his son. Some dwarves believe that Noram Dul Grulum taught Grulgarum about the stones and how to shape them. Like, taught him what they were so that he could then make the mountains. The humans' translation to simplify Elvish and Dwarvish call him Gaius. And then there are mentions that Adtris favored him so to give him a nickname. though what he was called by her specifically is not known. But it aligns with some of those stories from your religion, which is a subset of a larger pantheon of gods. You know Greek mythology. You are in a cult that is within the higher mythology of this thing, and he is like a specific demigod.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. I'm not going to try to repeat that. I'm literally just going to say I relay that to the party.
Sure.
Ah, that's right. I couldn't remember what his name was, but that's really cool.
Yeah. See, my religion back, we interacted with other dwarves, but pretty much we were on our own in our own little world, you know.
Yeah, that's
So,
why
like,
I didn't specifically have you know it, because while most dwarves are land carvers and a lot of druids are land carvers, your druids specifically are way more focused on nature and way less focused on the gods.
Yeah, that I was actually thinking the same exact thing. So yeah, like we're pretty much hyper focused on one thing, you know, on nature and that kind of isk. So that's probably why. I mean, I probably heard of the stories, you know, when we would interact with other dwarves and other druids, but that's, you know, so that makes sense, yeah.
It's going to seem like a odd transition. Azel,
Yeah.
pull out that totem.
All right. I pull it out.
Say Frederick.
Before I use this, because I was thinking about that, to be honest. If we do this now, A, we won't be able to use it for another 2 days, and B, I think it can only carry maybe 2 of us. It's not going to be able to carry everybody.
Wait, what does it do?
It transforms into a giant owl. Yeah, it's really, I haven't used it yet, but I'm super excited.
Just the nature talk reminded me of it, and the reason I say is we're getting ready to go into a town, or I mean, I know we have another night of camping, but he told me of only being let out on rare occasion. So I thought it might be nice without nature to let him fly around.
Yeah, like we don't
I
have
like
to
that.
ride him. Yeah.
All right. Well, before I do that, so I don't forget, not Brian, Jax and Rondi, I found this letter. I'm gonna send it to you guys. I found this letter in those. Just wanted you guys to take a look at it. Me and Cerberus have kind of glanced over it. But yeah, so everybody's aware. And I will kind of back up away from the party a little bit, and I'll... Frederick.
Okay. There is a... Hold on.
You good?
So when I click on a different window, my push to talk is like the little button thing. And sometimes when I'm in a text thing, it just types that forever. But yeah, so there is a dull flash and a glow, and immediately this large bird-like creature begins to swell and fill the space. Again, the patterning of the barring on the wings have these repeated peacock-like eyes, or eye patterns that kind of descend down the feathers. I think I specifically said it was barn owl-like, but it does have a large peacock eye pattern on the center of its forehead above the circular face that has this iridescent gold and blue sheen to it. It is in this space that you can see now. It also has a long sort of trailing tail feathers that are very specifically similar to almost like a peacock's tail. Not that flare out, but the same sort of silhouette. And these two large, incredibly intelligent gold eyes that just as it stands there, the head just kind of turns.
I'm so happy right now.
Is that what Zell actually say that? Like,
No, but he's thinking it. I'll just kind of give like a low bow to my head and be like,
the wings immediately flare out this huge wingspan, and it gives like a strange bird bow.
hello there.
Hello.
Do you have a name?
I am whatever my master calls me.
Okay. Well, I am Zafarius. And I guess I am your new master.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
You as well. You are. I almost don't have words right now. You're beautiful, amazing, wonderful, spectacular.
Immediately begins preening, like just like picking at its like neck feathers and stuff. Doesn't respond, but like lays in the adoration and wallows.
But my friend who summoned you before, he said that you weren't called on a lot. We were thinking that maybe you'd like to enjoy just flying around.
Head cocks the other direction.
If that is what you would wish.
Or if you just want to hang out with us, like, you know, if flying is a lot of energy, I'm cool with you just hanging out with us.
That too.
Well, it has been some time since I have taken to the air, so I will be back before it is time for me to leave.
And immediately just there's this huge gust of wind as the wings flap, and immediately it's like gone. You guys look up and it's completely silently gliding away towards the horizon. No sound, just into the distance until it's like a speck.
Everything I want. Ah, beautiful, beautiful.
I think you should name it Rupert, though.
I don't know. I was thinking on a name for him. I wanted to be something to fit him. He's so, I don't know, like regal
Majestic.
and yeah, powerful, but soft at the same time, if that makes sense.
His
I met-
feathers are pretty soft.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think on that one. But again, thank you, Cerberus, for figuring out. And Zell this whole time is like kiddish grin, like almost like kind of like bubbling in place, like like super excited, but like trying to like just be like calm.
Zell,
Thank
it's
you
at this
for-
point that you hear a voice kind of echoing inside your head.
Are you certain this is acceptable?
Oh, say again. You cut out one more time.
Are you certain that this is an acceptable pattern of behavior? I've never left my master.
I mean,
It should be noted you cannot see it.
which is cool. Zell just kind of like looks around. I mean, if you're enjoying yourself, I mean, certainly just, you are coming back, right?
Yes, I cannot change the conditions of our arrangement. I will come back. Is there anything specific I can do for you while I'm out and about?
Actually,
Oh, look, a mouse.
You guys hear an enormous thud from somewhere in the distance.
he got the mouse, I think. If you just want to kind of look around and see what you see, if you see anything of note or any kind of danger, that would be helpful.
Certainly.
How was the mouse?
I don't know. I don't think I can taste.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, I fucked up. I could. Never mind. Actually, never mind.
Everything okay, Jax? Was that Jax saying that, or you saying that?
I could have done something really cool here, but I just realized I wasn't focusing on the right spell, so I could have cast something cool on it so I could see what it sees, but yeah.
Oh, that is really cool. I mean, he's here. He's here for about 8 hours, I believe.
But you see, I can only, focus on a certain number of spells at any given time, and that's not one of the spells that I'm focusing on currently. So, that's definitely a future, something we can do in the future.
Ah, I see. Uh, yeah. We'll have him. We just won't be able to use him for 2 days, unfortunately. Um, but yeah, he's here for about 8 hours. So next time.
So, I've just finished reading this letter. What the fuck?
Yeah, there's a lot. I've been thinking about that over the past couple days.
If somebody could read the letter out loud, just because we have viewers
Aye.
and listeners.
Does anyone want to volunteer, or I can read it? It's up to you guys.
I was I was having a hard time like reading the writing, so
Yeah, I specifically had like a class where like a large portion of it was deciphering like shitty cursive, so I can read a lot of different kinds of cursive now. It says it's not dated. Let me check the bottom. Yeah, it's not dated. This is from the potion shop. The owner of the shop is named Rugo, so it's addressed to him. It says, Rugo, here's the aforementioned payment as part of our negotiation. The vials delivered proved of excellent quality. After the loss of the Dreadglow and the material held on board, so I imagine that's a ship or some kind of... I don't think what else. There's no kind of cart or anything that usually are named, so I'm imagining that's a ship. And the material held on board, acquiring a new source of feigned death, that's capitalized, feigned death is, will prove indispensable in the times to come, I am sure. The recipients were moved to the morgue hastily, and our members there have packed them for transport above the, I believe that's a sea, and I believe it says the Conquerant, as it makes its way to Port Ianros, which is up north. We expect to reorder new batches in the next few weeks, possibly for operations in Zealous. We haven't made any motions in the capital as of yet, but the Arranger, capitalized as if that's some kind of special code name, the Arranger has made it clear that our ultimate goal lies in that direction. We appreciate your continued cooperation, Dario Sultan. It's signed Dario Sultan. Like, love, Dario.
quick question here. The Dreadglow, were you saying that in character or out of character?
All of it.
Because I'm pretty sure the Dreadglow is the ship that was in Gresht when we were there. In
You've
the
never
previous.
been there yet.
No,
in this campaign.
I don't know why I'm talking in character here. I was talking out of character. I like the Dreadglow is that ship,
Don't
right?
spoil it. Well, I guess now that we know that we're not going to encounter the Dreadglow, because it seems like someone has already encountered the Dreadglow prior to us. Are we... I guess I'll leave it up to DM discretion. Is it okay for us to talk about, like, our experiences in previous campaigns?
I would not in this instance.
Okay.
I apologize. Forget
It's all
everything I just
good.
said.
For the viewers at home and the listeners, we've already played this campaign once in 2 different groups, and Annabelle was in both of them. But yeah, so I recycle material, pretty like all of it. So
Except that this is like in a completely different direction because we've never not encountered the Dreadglow before. So someone else has dispatched it, or not dispatched it, but disposed of it, quote unquote.
Feign death. That's a spell. I wonder if
It's,
that's what those potions were.
I was
The
gonna
green
say,
vials.
they're referred to as vials, and so my guess is that it might be a potion of feign death, but I'm surprised that he wouldn't say like feign death potions or something like that. You know?
Well, it could be code for something else. I don't know. Some kind
Yeah.
of different magic we don't know about, because that's a very specific way to make that, and I don't think that's the normal way to make that potion, as far as I know.
And we also, who signed that letter, Dario Sultan. We've ran into that name before.
Have we?
Yeah, he was the one, the creature that I told you about in the basement, the painting.
Right.
Yeah, that's that name.
The human centipede guy, yeah.
Well, shite. That was like the necromancy transmutation everything.
Indeed.
Something called feign death certainly sounds like some not necromancy transmutation, doesn't it? Or maybe I don't know. Is feign death? You said it's a spell, right? So is it a necromancy spell or a transmutation spell?
I would guess transmutation just from. I don't know. I don't know how it could be necromancy. Feign. I guess it could be necromancy with death, but feign is like fake, right? So fake death. So you either you. Wait a second. Didn't they say that the guy died? That he was dead? Because feign death means like fake death, I believe, like faking your own death or
Yeah.
something like that. So maybe. Ooh, spooky. Zell's not talking.
Was your push to talk on?
Fly just flies into Zelfarius' mouth as he begins to speak. He chokes for a couple of seconds.
Maybe now?
Yes.
Okay, that was weird. Shit, he might not be dead. As far as I understand the spell, basically you can make a creature seem dead. They're indistinguishable from being dead.
I also need everybody to make me a history check real quick.
10.
18.
15.
5.
Okay. Zell, you also recognize one more name just occurs to you you've heard before. You've heard
Oh,
Arandi
geez.
say it because Arandi heard Firion von Stein say it in the very first session.
Ah, capital A. Or
Oh, ranger? Oh, it's not a ranger. It's the thing that I tried to say that I butchered. Arandi, actually, that might be that, I'm not going to be able to say it in this accent, so I apologize. As Glithdin thing, something like that.
Oh, Arshdathin. Arshdathin. I don't remember how to pronounce
It's not that,
Yeah.
actually. Arandi, you remember, Firion von Stein said, in the name of Gilgadaz, Ajdithin, and the Great Arranger.
Oh,
don't
I was
remember
getting to
that
that.
at all. But sure.
Oh, Rondi remembers it
With a 5?
because Zell just reminded her, and you actually heard the infernal
That's right.
because they've only
that's
ever
right.
heard you say it.
Yeah, I
No.
do think they remember that. Zelfarius?
You know what? I put Greater Ranger instead of Great Arranger in my notes. So that's why I'm like, what? What do you mean I heard it before? So that makes sense now.
That's a wonderful. I don't want to say typo because it was handwritten, but you know what I mean. Misunderstanding. That's delightful.
The Greater Ranger is a pretty cool nickname too.
He's the Greater Ranger. So no, that's referring to that as we're just going to call him as. But he is apparently whatever this Greater Ranger is. Have I come across as before?
Ashdithin? No.
Okay.
Big no.
So yeah, we need to try to research whoever this as person is. I don't know. They've got some kind of plot going on here.
Yeah, quite possibly. The way he said it almost made it sound like a god or something, though. You know what I mean? Like, in the name of the old dragon. I wouldn't say, like, in the name of my boss. I guess I might, actually, depending on how big of a boss he is.
We just don't know. It could be a god. It could be maybe someone pretending to be God, wanting to ascend to godship in some way. I don't know. But a god makes a lot of sense, though. Like you said, the way you said it.
But it could be like a patron, a grand patron of some kind. You know, like what warlocks have. I don't know if you guys know a lot of warlocks. I know a lot of warlocks. Fucking hell.
So eventually they're heading towards the capital.
They did say that they're planning something in Zealous as well, which is concerning because we've disposed of their main guy as far as this letter sounds like. So maybe we've thwarted their plans for Zealous, but that could potentially only mean that their next motion, their next action could be up toward the capital, which is, I was gonna say it's pretty far away, but it doesn't really matter, does it? I can just teleport us anywhere we want. Just about. I mean, you know, there are limitations, but...
DM, I'm gonna pull out one of those green vials that I got. Because there were two, I think, that I grabbed before we... and I'll look towards Cerberus. Hey, you think you can identify this? At least so we can get a beat on, like, what magic it is?
I could attempt to. Just thank you for not wanting me to taste it. Especially seeing as how it's made.
Yeah, no, I thought about it, but we definitely don't know what this is, and if this is some kind of deep, dark, long-lost entity that's hiding in the shadows, that's really what I feel like it is, I'd rather not one of us, become something that we are not ready to take on.
Did I hear we need a taste tester?
No taste testing, not yet.
Actually, Jax, do you happen to know any spells that disrupt magic?
Not right at the moment, no, but maybe if I thought about this for a little while.
All right. In that case, at least for right now, yeah, just give me about 10, 11 minutes, and I'll see what I can find.
I have access to that as well. But like Jax, I just kind of have to think about it.
Do, 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 do. Time goes by. You identify it. This is not a vial of feigned death. It's not a potion that has qualities of feigned death. This potion specifically is not ingested. It is saturated, and from what you get, because it's really kind of strange, with enough quantities of this, the effects it would have would be similar to magic such as Spare the Dying.
Big brain place.
Yup.
Okay. Okay. I'll relay that.
So that at least is necromantic in origin, right? Or in nature?
Yeah, does it give off, is that technically necromancy? I can't remember.
Yeah, that would be
Necromancy,
necromancy.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so it definitely gives off a necromantic energy. It definitely could explain a lot of what's going on. There definitely seems to be some sort of long-lived plot here. I don't know. I mean, as an elf, it's strange to me. I feel like the pieces are so close to clicking together.
Well, let me look at the letter again.
So, there are a couple of things. I think that some people that are believed to be dead aren't. And spare the dying. Maybe, I don't know, they need this for some kind of ritual would be my only thought with that.
I think they're just getting fresh bodies because, I mean, listen to the letter again. It says, the vials proved of excellent quality. Something, acquiring a new source of feigned death will prove indispensable in the times to come, blah, blah, blah. The recipients, I imagine, of the vials that he was referring to, which we could say weird random thought, and I highly doubt it. There are actually two options here. The first is that the vials that he's referring to are feigned death. Right? In the letter are vials of feigned death. The other, and I'm kind of going out on a limb here, but just hear me out. What if feigned death is somehow acquired from the process of these, like, vials being, I guess, injected, fed, whatever, what have you, to a person, and then something happening, because they're talking about after the loss of the Dreadglow and the material held on board. And then they're referring to the fact that the recipients were moved to the morgue, and then they were packed for transportation. Why would they need, if they've already used the vials, why would they need the people after that? Does that make sense? Like maybe the people are the material that he's referring to, which implies that the people are the new source or the source of feigned death. Does that make sense? I'm kind of going out on a limb, but
That makes sense. Yeah, you give these people actual feigned death. They look dead. Move them to the morgue. Then move them to Rugo to where they can power this serum / bath water.
Essentially, yeah. Easy way to transport dead bodies.
Side
got
note here.
face here trying to see if he's giving anything away.
I know. I keep looking. I'm like,
Good question.
He's just got that really handsome mustache going. That's really all. That's all he's willing to give us.
Take
This
the
is-
shirt off, Logan.
DM, can I slide into your DMs? Hi.
We can start the OnlyFans content right now.
Fortunately, Twitch won't allow that.
I have a quick question though. What exactly did the original writ for the Gresh quest say? Like, what was the
Oh,
premise?
yeah, specifically, you're investigating disappearances reported around Gresht.
I just want to throw that out there. Just
Yeah. That's a very good point, Jax.
that plays into the idea. People are disappearing. They're using them to feign death on them, to make them look dead, taking them to the morgue, and then whoever, Rumi, what's his name?
Rugo?
Rugo. Rugo takes them from the morgue because hey, they're dead, right? He's the
Well-
disposer.
Here's the only thing about that is that if they're getting taken to the morgue, then people shouldn't be thinking they're disappearing. People should be thinking that they're dead, right?
But those original people would have to know that they're going to the morgue. If the person is just bringing in dead bodies just to go to the morgue and then go from there, nobody knows the identity of those people. Because at that point they're just John Does, you know. No, but like the people who if people are disappearing in Gresht, right? And then, but
Oh, and you're saying
But,
they show up in the morgue and Zealous.
in Morgan Zealous, nobody in Gresh is going to be in Zealous unless there's some coincidence, right? So there's no way of them even knowing that they're there.
Well, I guess, and well, I don't really know that we couldn't take the names and then go on further. Anyway, all of that said, this is pretty fucky. I think our first thing, we'll need to ask after the Dreadglow because it sounds like someone has done something with it, right? So maybe some kind of justice has been served. I think that's a good place to start once we get there is to ask after what happened with the Dreadglow. You know, maybe the guard there or something like that.
It's possible. I also would be interested in some way, shape, or form tracking that other ship that's supposed to be in
Oh, absolutely.
yeah.
And I wonder if that ship is performing the same operations, it's probably going through the same towns. And if that's the case, we could potentially find something from one of the ships. Like, I don't know. If, like say there's a whorehouse, right? And there are some sailors from the whorehouse who went to the whorehouse and somebody gave some whore a ring or something. I don't know. Like, or a memento, like a token, one of his scarves or something. We could use that to teleport onto the ship where he is.
I mean, this is great
And then get killed.
in theory, but yeah, we're just going to have to get there to figure it out.
Just a
Speaking
thought.
of, DM, I pull out the letter from Assface.
Of course, ass face.
Tunic Sue,
Huh?
the guy.
Ass face. You know.
I believe it's
ass face.
pronounced Osphice.
Asphus, yeah. No, Hunaksu. Hunaksu, yeah.
Oh yeah, Unaksu.
I pull out the letter. I look at Cerberus again. Is there any magic on this letter? Because I really want to open it to see what is inside.
I forgot to tell you, Selfarius. That man is evil. I
Who,
meant to
Assface?
tell you. Yes. So
I
many
wanna
times I
share
meant to
that.
tell you.
That's merch. That man is evil.
With like a surprise Harandi, like on the shirt. Write it down.
Could someone
going
like
to
draw
for it.
me as a mermaid man? Just going evil.
Draw you as Orandi as Mermaid
Yeah,
Man.
like a version of Mermaid Man.
Orandi and
like-
Mermaid Man cosplay.
Yeah, like in Arandi skin of Mermaid Man. Anyway, yeah, he's evil. I found out through the Lumpmug brothers, they actually lost their lives, getting the information to me, because they were found out to be, snitching, and you know what they say about snitches, unfortunately. But they, managed to get the information for a shady bastard, by the name of that man. I found out that he was dealing in Shawaran goods. He was selling them on basically the black market.
Oh,
Yep, I meant to tell you several times, and it just wasn't the right time because every time I remembered he was there. So
you know, I never did like him. He just he puts on a good face, but he just rubs me the wrong way.
he's got a
Uh,
mustache that's very easy to twirl.
Yeah.
Classic bad guy.
Do you know who his contact was?
His contact.
Who he was like dealing the artifacts with? Who he was?
I do know, and this is another piece of juicy bit of gossip. It was what's her name, lady?
Pamela.
Palomina Dupree. Yes, I went ahead and I gave over those documents to the captain of the guard. For him to. I figured he would be the best person to handle it. But yeah. I thought I was doing the right thing, and I forgot to tell you. It all happened so fast. So many things have happened over. It feels like I've known you guys for months, and it's only been like what, a week or two or something. Not even 2 weeks. Apparently.
Yeah, I'm kind of speechless.
Yeah. Anyway,
No.
I think that you should let me try to. I'm not proficient with forgery things, but I bet we could pry that wax off real carefully with some of my lockpicking tools, and then I bet we could melt the back of the wax and then smear it back on, stick it right back on, reseal it.
I
After
love the
reading
DM face. No, I do want to see what's in this letter, but Cerberus, the reason I asked to see if there's any magic traces on this, I don't want him to know that we have looked at it, and something just tells me, I don't know, that he's got some kind of way to know what.
A magic lock of some sort.
I don't know, either a lock or a spell or something.
Guys, what if he's put a curse on the letter?
I'll open it.
Well, it's not. I want to open it. I just don't want him to be alerted that the wrong person has opened it somehow, or.
I mean, what's the worst that can happen?
You could do like a magic detection of some kind, right? If
That-
you can tell if
that's-
there's.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to see if Cerberus could do.
Yeah, give me another 11 minutes.
Alright, while we're stopped here, just curious, we're still on break, right? Or are we still?
I assumed you guys have continued moving.
How far away from Zealous are we right now? Miles wise,
Miles?
or more importantly, how far is the first city away from Zealous?
It's about 65 miles.
Man, guys, my mouth and my throat are really dry. I don't know. I might be getting like sick or something.
I've had that before. Like back of your throat, like maybe like tonsils hurt.
You're presently
like-
36 miles. By the end of the day, you'll be 48 miles away.
And is that in the city?
No,
Or no?
you'll need another probably 12-ish miles tomorrow to get it to Rosenwald.
It's like Cottonmouth. Have you ever used any of those like Zalesian like smoking herbs, and then at the end it's just dried your whole mouth out, and you're not necessarily dehydrated, but like just
Upon
could not drink
speaking
enough water.
and acknowledging the feeling that you're feeling, there is a dull, throbbing pulse in the base of your throat. Almost like your throat's being squeezed.
Rondi is slightly aroused. Can't put my finger on it.
I don't know. If Rodney's aroused, put your finger on it might help.
Sorry, I missed the
Bringing it back in!
I missed the first part of that.
I was just pointing out how dry my mouth was, and I was like, "Oh, I must be getting sick." And he was like, "Yeah, you were like, it's the back of your throat." And I was like, "No, it's like cotton mouth. Like, we need to smoke on Zalesian smoking herbs. Then you get some cotton mouth."
The demonym for zealous, by the way, is Zelen.
Zelen is what I meant. Yeah, because it's the Zelen current. My dumbass.
Aye, she's referring to smoking on the devil's lettuce, I believe, being that cotton mouth.
Actually, it's not lettuce. It is a powdered. It's like spores or something. I don't remember. It's like mushrooms, like powdered up mushrooms or something. I don't know. Zelens are weird, but I have tried them because it is a very popular thing to do.
Ooh, popular.
Remember when the biggest controversy in my first campaign was whether or not this drug should be allowed? Like, that was the thing I was concerned about then?
You had Seth just smoking it religiously.
They're just like, everybody's doing it.
It's fine.
I'll take this hallucinogen. Whatever.
It's not necessarily a hallucinogen. It
No,
lets you
it's like
see a different plane.
Yeah.
It's just highly addictive. But yeah, no, the day is coming to a close. The sun is shrinking in the sky. It's beginning to get dark. You guys can start making camp, or you can push on through the swamp at night.
Real quick, is there any magic on that letter?
There is, yes. You get a definite twist of evocation.
Can I check the letter for traps?
Yes.
I'll tell the party real quick that it does have traces of evocation on it.
I fucking knew it.
I believe this is my second decent roll all game so far. It is an 18.
Ooh.
I have a quick question. When we give each other our rolls, like, help with the roll, if it's a negative modifier, can we go ahead and do it anyway?
You can, yes, but it would be preferred that you don't.
Yes, but you can, and I think it's hilarious.
It is.
I really want to help, guys. Just let me help, okay? Let me help.
You end up distracting them.
Or like when you're all looking around in a room, just being like, I found something! It's like a rock.
Yes. The envelope. What are you doing?
Checking for
Yeah,
traps.
the envelope does not have a trap.
Well, I don't know what magic it was exactly that you detected, but it's not a trap.
It's evocation of some kind, but it's pretty. That school of magic's pretty broad at what it can do. So it can do anything from something as sparkled to blow 20 a circle of 20 feet up. It could be anything really.
Could we dispel the magic?
Hypothetically,
Can tomorrow if I think about it.
Might be a good idea.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what's in this letter, but especially now that I've got proof that he is an ass-face. That was, what's the word I'm looking for?
Pun intended.
That, but canon. Zell called him an ass-face earlier. Yeah, maybe we'll have to do that tomorrow. See if we can figure out. I'm interested to see who this Skarsgård character is too. How he fits into all this.
Who's Skarsgård?
That's who I'm supposed to deliver this letter to.
Oh.
He said something about the
Big-
Dreadclaw as well, didn't he?
Who? Ass-face?
Yeah.
No.
I thought he said something about he was a captain of a ship.
All I have is that he said it was he was family, but I don't know if I don't think he did. Did he, DM? I don't think he mentioned.
Do you have that in your notes, Daniel?
Yeah, I have he called him captain.
Okay, he probably mentioned he was captain of a ship, but probably not. Didn't mention the Dreadclaw.
Just out of game really quick. Who gave you the letter? I guess I can ask it in game too.
Oh, I do have that. Sea captain. Okay, I was overlooking it. Hunaksu, the guy that gave us the diamonds when we couldn't enter the. So that was what I was doing in exchange for those. So that's the guy with the creepy mustache that Orandi took Beauty to get her revived.
And so he gave you a letter to give to this Skarsgård fella.
He did. So, yeah. Now that I know he's not so great, I'm curious what this letter has in it.
Well, I guess we wait till tomorrow so you can, dispel it or whatever. I guess we just keep going for now, yeah? Or do you guys want to stop? I say we go through the Scary Swamp at night. That's what I think we should do.
I mean, we'd also be exhausted the next day, which isn't fun.
I mean, I would. You guys wouldn't. But I don't think I would be exhausted, really. I mean, I'm a horse. I'm a workhorse. That's what we do.
Well, I mean, we would have to stay up with you. I mean, we don't want you to be up by yourself.
Okay.
Be up. Sorry, what?
You guys
He
could
would-
do rotating shifts?
You
We
guys
could.
notice Arandi looks actively paler. Like she's gone from a dusky bronze to like a pale gold.
Arandi, are you feeling okay?
I'm fine.
When did the Cottonmouth start? And now you're turning pale.
Just sometime this morning. I don't know.
It was around when you attuned to that. Can I see the dagger?
What dagger?
The dagger I gave you. You know, that we traded that you wanted. And I gave it to you. You gave me a staff, I think.
I give him the poison dagger.
Arandi, this is not the same dagger.
This is the dagger that we traded. You're talking about the other one?
I'm talking about the one with the blood. You know, you kind of get healing from it if you do a lethal strike.
I'm gonna pull it out and I'm gonna hold it by the hilt out to him.
Are you holding it at me or like just.
Just holding it out, like, but by the hilt.
Gotcha. Can I just take a look at it? I'll give it right back. I don't have any use for daggers, to be honest, but
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
try and take it. Gingerly, just like, come on.
She hands it over.
What point are you taking it by?
Oh, I'm reaching like over your hand to grasp it by the hilt. Like to.
I'm gonna yank it away. I'm not sure if you know what I'm getting at, DM.
I do.
Okay.
Go ahead and make a sleight of hand versus a straight dexterity on Zell's part.
You're trying to kill me.
I don't think my sleight of hand's only +2, so it's only a 13.
14.
Yeah. I'll also say with it that narrow, just looks like she pulls it back. Like you don't notice that she's trying to stab you or anything.
Okay.
I just think I need to go take a walk for a bit. I'm just feeling a little bit jittery, and I'm gonna go out and try and hunt something.
Okay.
Okay, be careful.
So Rondi jumps off the cart and just kind of walks off into the swamp. Go ahead and give me a survival check.
Guys, I think we're making camp. I guess.
Yeah, let's just stop around here.
Okay,
I'm gonna
yeah.
try to keep track of her.
That's a 9.
Can I give her my modifier? Or is she doing this alone?
You can call some
I'm
like
fucking
helpful
off.
advice.
Yeah.
I would let you help.
And
Plus
you know
7.
what? I'm gonna also go ahead and roll one of my talent dice. What's your modifier for survival?
7 plus 7.
Thank fuck. Okay, so that's 16 plus 5, so 21. Thank you, Jax.
21. Go ahead and roll me a D100.
It's getting spicy.
Mm-hmm.
Lucky 13.
Uh-oh.
Deal with wide-eyed. Deal with wide-eyed.
Push to talk.
He wants me to roll a d10.
Roll a D10.
Oh, gotcha. Oh god, he's got the face. This is bad.
3.
Watch for the mustache twirling. What?
Yeah, I don't know if anybody else caught that, but when Randy was talking about the bad guy rolling his mustache, Logan was just like casually rolling his mustache.
I got that too. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So while she's gone, I'm just gonna lean over to, hey guys, do you notice Arandi's acting a little weird? Ever since that dagger.
I'm out of like since we're stopped. I'm out of horse. So I'm Jax again. Yeah, I a little bit weird. Yeah, I mean I noticed.
So yeah, something doesn't add up. I know we're all very different people, but running off like that, that's weird.
That and the whole cottonmouth and then going pale, I don't know, that's uneasy, it's unsettling. I think we
Okay.
should try to get it back.
You immediately hear a sound. You sneak up towards the sound while I change the music. So you sneak up and you see skinning a boar what looks like 8 humanoid figures in the dark. They have crude weapons, body paint, like a dull green mud that's been painted on. There are a couple of dwarves, a human, an orc, just a couple of like a random assortment of just they look to be like a hunting party.
Are you becoming a vampire?
but they don't have, like, they have. They just
Still
have
better than
they
Twilight.
just have like sticks with napped stones on them. So crude spears, just leather armor. They don't look to be well defended.
8 of them.
Yeah. They're kind of scrawny for it looks like they're like wiry muscle.
Am I able to tell, are they like part of some kind of tribe, or have they gone like mad or something? They're just like some kind of pack of.
They look like a group of some kind of swamp tribesmen, maybe.
They're skinning the boar, so the boar's already dead.
Boar is dead.
I am going to trail them for a while, from a distance, and I'm going to try and steal their next kill.
Okay. It should be noted that you probably. You only have 5 hours, just so you're aware. I need
If
you
I
to
see
roll a
something
stealth
else,
check.
I will try to kill that instead. $24.
24. Okay. They finish skinning and cleaning the boar on a kind of like a, not a sandbar, but a raised piece of drier earth in the swamp. It is actually, make that check with disadvantage because you are wading through knee-deep water. This is a swamp. I love when I ask for disadvantage and I'm given what I really wanted out of the disadvantage. Yeah, so I'll say they finish, and you immediately move forward and forget that you're like, there's like a dry, rushy shrub next to you. Immediately, you hear shh, and all of them turn and raise their spears. I need you to roll initiative.
17?
How far away did she go, by the way?
Oh yeah, that's a good question.
Because Zell was kind of trying to like trail out, make sure she was okay.
Definitely through the tree line far enough away. They got a 15. All right, it's your move first. They're about 40, 50 feet away.
How well defended do they look?
Not. They're almost all wearing just skins and hide.
Speaking of hide, I'm going to run back around a tree
Okay.
and a bonus action hide.
Okay.
Then I'm going to hold my action to attack the first person who tries to attack me.
Okay. You'll only get one attack. What are you holding with the attack?
I'm holding a
You've got a billion daggers. What are you holding the attack with?
blood rune dagger. Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I meant. It's in my hand. I mean,
All right. So, you hear a couple of spears land in the mud behind you. They're splashing. You're far enough away that your party doesn't hear this. You guys do hear in the distance shouts. Classic Cerberus. You do hear shouts. The three of you. They sound kind of far away. Rondi, you see one human man come around and attempt to just thunk the spear into the tree and like pin you to the tree, your action will trigger.
All right. So I rolled a hit.
You rolled a
Right.
hit.
14 plus.
That hits.
Okay, that works. So that's a D4 plus 2 because it is not my hex weapon.
Okay.
Six.
Okay. Is there anything else you're doing with this?
It's my reaction, so that's all I can do is attack, right?
Yeah,
With the blood dagger.
right, but the dagger does other things when you hit with it.
Oh shit! That's right. Sorry. It. I didn't get a critical.
No, so it doesn't trigger the blood rune.
Oh yeah, I that's right. I have to declare that I'm giving into my curse to feast.
Okay, so immediately the blood that's on the dagger sucks in, and you can see that crescent moon wrinkle flutter a little bit. That reduces that creature's max hit points by.
What is the crescent moon? What is this?
It's like a design thingy on the dagger.
Ah,
Okay. And then does feast do additional damage?
I think it does actually. That's
Because it only happens once a day.
Oh, it raises my max HP by the same amount. So
Yeah, so click on your health,
yeah.
and then you see max HP modifier.
Yes.
Raise that by 6.
Is that permanent?
Sort of.
Technically.
Okay.
All right. So, the dagger withdraws all beneficial HP. Oh, so yeah, that's all I can
Cool,
do.
so that's all feast does. Also, because you feasted, add a charge to the secondary curse.
How do I add? Is there a way for me to like add? Oh yes, I see. It had them all automatically listed on there. So
Yeah, they're all. So purple means it's expended. So you need to make sure that you click 1 to add it.
so there need to be 2 purples.
Yes.
Cool.
Okay.
Just making sure.
And then obviously you can force feast if you want to. But yeah, that's it for. He's not dead. He's gonna go ahead and make an attack.
Wait. It was a sneak attack. I came out. No, he saw me because I was hiding, right? And he went around the tree. So it wouldn't have been sneak attack because I wouldn't have been hidden because he would have seen me.
thinking from the outside of D&D rules, that would make sense as a sneak attack because
Yes.
You're basically
So
hiding
it's
behind a
one.
tree.
It's one sneak attack per turn, not per round.
That wasn't my question. My question is, does that count as a sneak attack? Since
I
it was a-
I would say yes because you were hidden, so he doesn't know where you're going to hit him.
Okay. Does that mean I had advantage on that roll?
No.
No. Okay. I just rolled double dice.
Yes, for your sneak attack. That
Oh, yeah.
also,
I just rolled my sneak attack, which is
yeah, just your sneak attack.
2d6.
You're the rogue. You should know.
For every odd level you have in Rogue.
Oh, I just hit level 5 and I took a long rest, so it's 3d6.
It's in your thing.
For your rogue level, not your overall level. Oh, okay. Okay. There you go. Get it.
That is 9 additional points of damage, and since I feasted with those, I will gain 9
Yes.
additional.
So you gain from your sneak attack. So go ahead and up that by 9. Also, you can always see your sneak attack damage when you under actions if you click other. It's one of your other actions. But yes, so you feasted. It should be noted now that the only way that you can increase your max HP is by getting a crit. For today. But yeah, so that's his turn. The rest are going to encircle you.
Is he alive still?
No. But the rest are going to use their movement to encircle you to prevent your escape. That's it for their turn because they had to use their action to dash. So it's actually your turn again.
Oh no, go for it.
Can we, for hearing the voices, can we gravitate towards that location?
Yeah, you guys can all roll initiative.
Yeah, I would have called out to her. Randy!
If I use my boots of striding and springing, I wouldn't be able to do that, right? To help me get away faster.
You could jump over them.
But they have encircled me, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to bonus action disengage, and then I'm going to dash away from them.
Okay.
Action dash, just to confirm. That is 60 feet of movement. I'm gonna go check on my child.
Okay. Yeah, you do manage to outpace them. They'll still be able to keep up a little bit. But they're probably going to make ranged attacks next turn.
Okay, is it okay for me to go check on him real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
My armor class is 16, just so you know. You can just, when I come back, you can
Okay.
just tell me how much damage I've taken.
I rolled an 8 initiative.
12 for me.
21. Natural 18.
Makes sense for the monk. The clunk.
What did the wizard get?
The clunk.
12.
Jack's got 9.
8.
Okay. It'll actually be Zell's turn then.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna... So we can't see her yet, right?
You can just hear.
I'll go ahead and use all 35 feet of movement to move up closer to her.
Okay, so you start moving in the direction. You still can't see her. She was hunting and tracking, so it's gonna
All right,
be a little bit.
I'll use my action to dash then.
Okay.
And move a full.
Yeah, so at 60 feet into the brush and swamp, you can start to see movement out in the tree line, about as at the edge of the extent of your vision.
Okay.
But just
I'll
movement.
say, Randy, where are you? That's my turn.
Next, they're gonna make 7 attacks on her.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. My presence only made matters worse.
What's your armor class?
16.
Okay. So I got a 15, a 5, a 3, or a 4, a 5, a 14, 20 not natural, and a 13.
Okay, so one of those hit,
Okay.
and I think a spear is just a d6, so I think I should be not dead. Which is very exciting.
That's 4 points of piercing damage.
Not bad.
I'm kind of scared because these guys don't seem very strong. I'm just...
And that's they're gonna they're gonna be running and throwing spears. Cerberus, it's your turn. I assume you just action dash with up to where Zell is.
action dash, and then once I get to where, well, 10 feet behind Zell, I'm going to Misty Step another 30.
Okay,
Oh, I forgot about Misty Step.
that's a bonus action, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're 90 feet in. You can start to see like a large group moving through the swamp. You can't actually see individuals yet. Jax.
I'm gonna go ahead and just yeah, same thing. Action dash as far as I can to get in range.
Okay.
Actually,
Same.
my speed's like 30, I think.
Yeah, so you're a little bit behind Zell by about 10 feet. Alrighty. Zell, it's your turn again.
All right, full. Well, I'll use my action or movement. Sorry, just to do 35 feet.
I was going to say with a dash, they'll probably be about 60, 70 feet away from you. Like at the end of your dash.
Okay. Yeah, I'll use my dash.
Okay.
And then I'll start same thing. Like, Rande, where are you? And if do I see them now?
Yeah,
Throwing
you're
stuff?
starting to. Yeah, you can see spears flying through the brush as Arondi, Captain Jack Sparrow, is her way through the swamp.
Say, please, let's talk about this. Please stop throwing spears. See that?
Okay. Arondi, it's your turn.
By the way, Logan, Jackie would like it to be known that she loves that our generation uses names as verbs.
So just to confirm, there's no one within melee range currently?
Not within melee range.
Awesome. Action dash, bonus action dash, and while I do so, I'm going to shout to my friends as soon as I can see them. Just run! Just go! Run and hide!
Okay. So
And I'd also like to specify that I'm going to run kind of like towards the cart, but I'm not making a beeline for it. I'm going to go kind of like off to an angle, so that way they don't like run into the cart and fuck up our shit.
okay, so Arondi runs well past Zelfarius and Cerberus. Cerberus, because you were 30 feet, they'd be 30 feet away from you at the start of their turn. Or no, at the end of their 30 feet of movement, they'll be 30 feet away from you. They're going to split their attacks between Cerberus and Zelfarius. 4 attacks at Cerberus.
If only I had more levels in Monk, I could catch this shit, but I can't.
The highest is only going to be a 13.
On all of them?
They only have
Shit.
+3. And that's a crit fail, a 12, and a natural 20 on Zell.
Alright, so I'm going to use the thing and cancel that natural 20. Very first time doing it.
Can you go ahead and read me Sentinel? That's not Sentinel at Death's Door, is it?
No, it's my thing I can do. Let me find it.
Right. It's not Sentinel at Death's Door. It's Sentinel at Death's Door is your ability to cast Spare the Dying.
The vulnerability, yeah.
Oh, that's what it is.
Oh no, it is Sentinel at Death's Door.
Ha!
As a reaction, you or a creature you can see within 30 feet suffers a critical hit. You can turn that hit into a normal hit. Any effects triggered by a critical are canceled.
Okay, cool.
And I can do
Because
it 4 times.
they're 60 feet away from you, but the target of this ability is the individual suffering, which is you, which is well within 30 feet. So, cool. So it's not a critical hit, but it's still a 23.
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
But they rolled a 1 on their dice, so it's 2 points of damage.
Hey.
All right. That's it for them, I think. So it's Cerberus' turn.
My grandma's calling me. I'll be right back.
Okay.
See, I'm very torn here because I feel like this would be an easy fight, but they attacked. I don't know the circumstances of you
They
being
attacked
attacked.
first. I wasn't gonna attack them. It was.
As far as Cerberus knows, they attacked Arandi. Are they in a group?
Yep.
Yeah, they're running as like a pack.
Shatter.
Okay. Is it saving throws?
It's a con saving throw, DC 15. I gotta go with the information I know, and it just if Arandi's saying run away, I don't think she instigated.
Yep. Same here.
Not that weak, I didn't.
I don't know though. That Dagger Man, she was
That
acting a little
weak?
funky.
Running away? Yeah, I was sick.
Uh huh.
You think I'm gonna go out and attack a group of 8 people while I'm sick?
Uh huh.
George, she's got a point.
I'm just saying. Uh huh.
All right, what'd you do?
I
Okay.
shattered the group.
They're con saving throws.
Yes.
That's not good. 10, 11, 14, 15, 10, 11, and 10.
Only one saves.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
How big of an area does Shatter hit?
Big enough, apparently.
Shatter is a 10-foot dome.
Yeah.
10-foot
Um,
radius or diameter? Radius, I'm sure.
Yeah, radius.
Yeah, that's enough to hit these guys.
That's gonna be 3d8, so that's gonna be 14 points of thunder damage.
They all die.
One,
Like-
right?
Yeah, so Arani runs past, Cerberus grabs the sphere, releases the energy. There's like a vortex of slightly staticky sonic energy that collapses on itself for a second in the midst of the group and then explodes. You see eyes rupture, you see blood begin to squirt from their ears. A lot of their bones, like their torsos and stuff, just get twisted and crushed as all of them kind of just explode from that one area. One gets impaled on a tree, and a bunch of them just disappear under the water.
Guys, for this amount of XP, for these 8 poor men, we could have just had a heart-to-heart across the campfire.
I was trying to stop him, but you know, it's okay.
Well, they were skinning a boar. We've got dinner.
Yeah.
They can't use it now,
So the
Yeah.
one that
Any
Oh, go
idea why the fuck they attacked?
so I was looking for. I just felt like maybe I needed some protein, I guess. I was angry and I just wanted to hunt. So Jax suggested that he heard something coming from a direction, and when I got there were these 8 tribe dudes. You saw them. They were not very well armored. They were skinning a boar. So I was like, well, I can't necessarily take their kill or anything, but I could follow them, and A, see where the good hunting grounds are, but B, maybe I could, if they come across a herd or something, I could go around and take something for myself. Yeah, I was gonna follow them, and I forgot that I was knee deep in water, and I'm sorry. I'm 12, I guess. I was knee deep in water, and I forgot that I make sounds. So they heard me, and I went and I ran back and I went to hide because I figured, if they see it's just a person and I'm just trying to leave, maybe they'll leave me alone. But they didn't. A guy came around the tree with his spear, went like this. So yeah, then I just ran away. I didn't want to attack them. I didn't want to hurt them or anything, but there was nothing I could really do.
So Arandi gets an additional 25 XP for one-shotting a guy. And then everybody gets 500 XP.
Well, you have to keep in mind Cerberus one-shotted 7 guys.
In the house rules, it explains that your one-shots don't count area of effects.
Oh, bummer.
And isn't there still one alive? You thought you said? Is that the one that got impaled on the?
No,
Because I
not,
thought
no.
one of them saved though on the.
Even with half damage, they
Oh,
did
shit.
not. They did not have a lot of HP.
Question. How much did you say everybody gets?
500, and you get 525.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Oh, that's level 7.
Nice.
I'm almost there.
As you guys finish, there is a rumbling overhead.
Does it sound like a storm?
No, it's my birdie. Oh, I thought it was my birdie.
Now you still got like an hour or so before he's up. You can talk to him. You can have him come back.
Cool, cool.
I am going to dash over to the boar real quick and grab it so that when we make camp.
Sure. They had a couple hide bags that they had stuffed like bits of meat in and stuff like that.
Yeah, I guess I'll search the bodies too. I mean, they're all pumped in a pile.
Okay. There's some broken spears and random bits. There's no loot. They don't have money.
But just, as you said, meat and furs they had?
Hides, yeah.
I murdered homeless people.
I'm just
Like,
gonna.
Angry homeless people.
They were nomadic.
Yeah, they attacked. So
That's the only reason. Because I'm sitting there going, chaotic good, chaotic good. Yeah, I'd do that.
I just kind of pat Cerberus because and Zell kind of gives you that understanding look, like, oh, this is fucked. But I'll go over and say a few prayers and try to, hey, pass on easily. Sorry, you're all protected. Love you.
Hey, Zalfarius, is there any way, do you know how to, rapidly decompose bodies by chance? Just so that, they look like they're in a tribe, and maybe if other people come looking for them, it could bode very badly for us if, they're found.
Unfortunately, I don't have any magic like that. Eventually, I'm sure, but no, not at the moment.
Water, right?
Sorry, say again?
We're knee deep in water, right? Okay, I'll just at least kind of move them so that they're just one person deep, so that there's some extra water. So if somebody's scanning the terrain, they don't see all the bodies. That's kind of the best I can do.
All right, so you guys deal with the bodies in whatever manner your characters deem fit, and you head back to where you're making camp.
Does anyone have a tarp? It looks like Zamir is about to get pissed.
it looks like who's gonna get pissed?
Zamir.
Wait, that's your god. Is he mad that you killed those people?
Actually, probably the opposite.
Oh, okay, cool.
Hey, Rondi, can I actually see that dagger this time?
I guess, sure, but I don't want you messing with it or anything.
I don't want to mess with it. I just want to take a look at it.
Okay.
I don't know. I
Yeah,
think I missed looking over it. That's all.
okay, and I'm gonna watch him very carefully, and if he seems like he's gonna cast any spells on it, I'm gonna try and snatch it back.
Okay.
All right, I'm just gonna take it and just look over it, look at it, watch her as I'm.
Other
doing
than
it.
other than not seemingly not trusting you not to do some cleric shit to it, she doesn't have any problem letting you handle it. So, like, if you're looking, I would say with your passive insight, it doesn't specifically seem to hold any kind of power over her. And the paleness that she's no longer pale. In fact, even though she has a pretty bad gash on her side from where the spear cut through her, she looks much better than when she left. Like, kind of rosy-cheeked and full of life.
I'm gonna just take like one step back. I'm just gonna. Did you happen to attack with this dagger? I take another step back.
Now, 2 steps away from you.
I mean, it was the dagger in my hand, yeah.
And what would you say, take another step back, if I wanted to actually have this dagger back?
I'm gonna be stepping forward as he's stepping back. Like, what are you doing? And I would say that I'm attuned to this dagger, so unfortunately, finders keepers. And by the way, you got a way cooler staff and a +2 dagger in exchange for my 1 dagger and 1 other dagger. So I think it's a fair trade. No takesies backsies. I'm gonna make what I can out of our trade. And yeah, you can't have this back. Also, I don't really like fighting with staves, so it's double no takesies backsies.
I kind of glance over to Cerberus and Jax and just kind of, and I'll walk back towards her and say,
over to Cerberus and Jax at the same time, like, what the fuck is he about? In fact, it's been less than 7 hours, hasn't it? Since I cast whatchamacallit? Or has it been longer?
No, it would be longer.
Okay, never
I didn't say anything to them. I just looked over at them and then looked back at you.
Same.
All right. And then I hand the dagger back.
Thank you.
As you go to grab it, I kind of like hold her hands there. I just want to make sure everything's okay, that's all. You just seem...
Honestly, the adrenaline from all of that craziness. Plus, I think I haven't eaten like all day. I think that just kind of like getting my blood flowing.
Right.
Like getting
All
my
right.
blood flowing has really, really made me feel a little bit better. So, yeah. And plus, we've got Park. Honestly, the smell of that meat roasting is... Yeah. So, anyway. By the way, do you want to cook this pork? I don't really know how to cook anything. I also don't know very well how to butcher animals. We also do have some goat. Some goat if you would like some.
We do have some goat.
It's in there.
Yeah,
Everybody
I can
looks
cook-
back at the cart, and like the basilisk has been tied up under the cart, away from the goat, and then the top half of the goat is just hanging out of the side of the cart.
No, I butchered it.
Then the head of the goat is just hanging on the back of the cart.
Jesus, look at the goat's head. And I look over at the person who has a deer hog head on his head.
Yeah. I like heads, I guess, yeah.
That's seriously a little disturbing. Not you, just the goat, you know,
Bumper
hanging
sticker.
out.
I mean, everybody likes a little head.
Poor Marianne.
Yeah, I mean, I'm upset that, yeah, Marianne was a good goat, but, at least now we will get a good meal out of her.
Man.
Yeah. We hear you.
I'll, the scraps of meat that are in, like, the pouches that I collected, I'm just gonna, like, throw them out, or toss them over to, what's his name?
Yeah,
What
the
is-
big bulging blue eyes like swivel over, and it just like slides its 6-legged body over and begins eating it.
Ozzy is its name.
Ozymandias, yeah. But yeah, I can cook this up if that's what you guys are wanting.
Okay, so you guys make your dinners, have camps. If you don't eat during the day, if you guys could remember to mark your rations off, it has been 3 days. But I think you guys have eaten food that you brought along so far. So, yeah, who's taking first watch?
I will take first watch.
Okay.
Perception.
Yep.
I'll take the second watch, guys. Cerberus, do you want to
I'll-
take a watch with me?
Yeah, I can do that.
I can take the last one then.
It's a 13.
13. Other than the rain, which is now starting to come down pretty heavily, your watch goes without interruption. You think for a second that you hear something on the edge of your periphery, like something sloshing through the swamp, but it seems to turn and go a different direction.
Are we doing a full 8 hours or is this just an hour? No, this is 8 hours, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I will wake up. Who do we decide wants to do second watch? Or is it up to me? Okay, I will wake up Arandi.
And I'll wake up Cerberus.
Real quick, before I went to bed, could I have tried to send another message to our friend?
Sure.
I'll just say, hey, tried to send you a message the other night. Didn't hear back. Are you okay? We're thinking of you.
Okay. The draconic energy coalesces and begins to take flight, and immediately crashes nose first into the ground, into the swamp, and disappears under the water.
Huh. Okay. Okay.
I have a general question real quick.
Yeah.
How does do I have ritual casting as a druid, or does it have to say ritual cast like is available?
It has to have a ritual tag on the spell. I don't know if druids have ritual casting or not. I know wizards do, and I know clerics do, but I know bards I think don't. Like
Bards do.
Do bards? Because there are some
Mhm.
there are some spells that bards get ritual spells that and don't have ritual casting.
Oh, that's true, right, because you actually have to be able to... You're right, you're right. I think they might not, I don't know.
I don't know what the ritual casting tag looks like. Does it say ritual?
Yeah, to cast a
It's
spell
got
that
a
has a
little-
ritual, the spellcaster must have a feature that grants it the ability to do so. The cleric and the druid, for example, have such a feature. The caster must also have the spell prepared on his or her spell list of spells known, unless the character's ritual feature specifies otherwise, as the wizard's does.
Oh,
So
So they don't.
so druids and clerics have to prepare their ritual spells, but
right.
Cerberus doesn't. He, as long as it's in his book, he can cast it from his book.
It'll have a little R next to it, Brian, by your spell. So like if I'm looking at mine, one of them's ceremony, it's got like a little R and a black box next to it. That's what your ritual spells are.
Yeah, none of mine have that. The one that I have prepared, so I just haven't seen one that has that, and I was reading about it. So
Gotcha.
Yeah, a lot of druid spells too, the higher level spells will be rituals because they're like, control the fucking weather and shit like that. Yeah. So, Arandi and Cerberus are woken for their watch.
Real quick, I apologize. Do I get the benefits of a long rest?
No, that would be after your second sleep. So your sleep will be broken up.
Gotcha. Cool.
Actually, technically, you only have to sleep half the time. So the first half of your sleep is sleep. You still have to rest for 8 hours, which means that you still have to act like it's a short rest for the second half. You're just awake for 4 hours. That doesn't mean like you can sleep 4 hours and then go do rogue shit. Like you have to sleep and then rest another 4 hours. So
You can do like light activity, can't you?
you can't do anything more strenuous than what a short rest is, like reading a book.
Right, right.
Yeah. You can take watch, But if you get into a fight, then that's gonna break up your rest.
Right.
So,
What were you gonna ask, Annabelle?
Oh, I was just gonna specify what Logan just said, which was that
Oh.
it would be a short. His rest would be done by the end of the watch if nothing happens during the watch, combat-wise.
so he could be awake technically after this watch.
So then I would technically already.
You would
Right.
technically not need a rest, but for efficiency's sake, I just assume that there are 3 rests and that the middle rest sleeps before and after, just so that I can
Cool.
remember in my own head. Because the different rest times and stuff are confusing, and like it's a neat ability, but I don't want to do it every time we have a camp. But yeah, so you guys take watch. Perception checks, you can either roll 1 dice or 2.
Wait, meaning that I can just give Cerberus advantage?
No, you can add your modifiers together.
Oh, yeah. We should roll separately.
Okay, I feel that. 21.
15!
15. Again, it seems to pass without issue.
Man, it's been quite a day, hasn't it, Cerberus? Considering that we've just not really done much.
I mean, besides getting attacked by crazy swamp folk, I guess you could call them.
Yeah, it's really strange. Lot of stuff. Kind of that letter was crazy. Like, how long have you guys been hanging on to that letter?
Not too long. I believe Zalfarius found it in Rugo's shop.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was right before we left, so I guess you guys haven't had it that long. Or he. Yeah, man. And plus, I mean, I obviously don't know the specifics about everything going on with you and Delver Arokas, but you know, it sounds like you really don't have a lot of trust for him. That's interesting. He's helped us out a lot. I mean, you know.
This sounds awful, but a wizard doesn't help for free.
Well, that's really odd. You also always said that wizards always have a plan. You said it very ominously. Is there something that I should know about Arokas? As someone who has been in his debt?
I don't see a harm in telling you, and he didn't tell me not to. I'm here to watch you.
Really? Me specifically?
You specifically.
That's interesting. And, seeing as you are a wizard, do you, have a plan?
One could assume that, yes.
Is there any plan in particular that I should know about? In preparation to potentially assist you. I mean, we are allies after all. I'd like to think we're friends.
Let's just say I don't have any malicious plans towards anyone here. As of right now, the plan is to get out from underneath a certain thumb.
I can understand that. Where exactly are you from, Cerberus? Like, originally?
As far as I remember, just north. I know it's north of the wall.
The wall? Do I know about the wall?
No.
What wall? Like the
The
Elysian?
No, the massive ice wall.
The what? What ice?
Yeah, with the
Like up in toward Emune or something?
Where's that?
It's like at the very top of Mirrodil. There's some like Nothrlands, I think it's called. I haven't looked at a map, like a country map, or I guess
Okay.
a map in a long time, but
Yeah, keep going.
Farther north than that.
Yes, there's a very very large wall that separates north from south, and as far as I know, I haven't asked Ramsey all that much about it, but I'm north of that.
You haven't asked him much about it, so does that mean that you came down, I guess, south when you were really young, or?
Yeah, 12 years old, if I recall.
Well, damn. How long ago was that? How old are you? You're an elf. Elves live like a long time.
I'm only 102.
Jesus. Wow.
Do you need me to roll on that one?
Please.
Is this against my passive insight?
Yes.
9. You have to roll higher than a 9.
With a -1, 18.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
good. I believe him. I don't really know many elves very closely. So I'm just like, Shay, you look good for your age. I mean, you know. No like crow's feet or anything, Christ. Because I was gonna say, like, 12 years old, I can remember when I was 12 years old very well, unfortunately. But for you, I mean, that was like what I would consider a lifetime ago.
I mean, I have memories of the place. I can't for the life of me recall a name. Ramsey, he's been ancient forever. I don't think he can recall anything other than losing his balls. But I just remember it was cold.
I would imagine so, if it's just past an ice wall. Wow. Why, do you know why you came or were brought down here? Like, not that, I don't mean to pry, I'm just really curious. That's really far away to be traveling that far.
Oh no, it's fine. It's not anything that I'm trying to hide. I was brought south because I got into trouble, and it was either spend a very long elven life in jail, or come south and do something different.
So, as someone of the roguish nature, the way you've just described your options seems to be a little bit like a jailbreak and or running from the law. That's not, I mean, I don't mean to assume anything, but
No, I mean, I left the country legally, as far as I know. I could ask Ramsey. I don't know. I was 12.
12 years old? Why would they have put you to life in prison at 12 years old? What the fuck did you do? Or, what is the place you come from like? I guess you wouldn't know, but...
Like I said, I've got spare memories here and there. It was fun as far as the most part. I just remember there's this best word to describe it, asshole that ran the place. And I had an altercation with one of his guards, and my childlike mind decided it was a good idea to shove a fully armored man into water. So you could probably fill in the blanks of what happened.
Crime of passion, it sounds like to me. And, I mean, manslaughter is different from murder. Like, did you intend to kill him? Or were you just trying to...
No.
It's just really harsh. I'm so sorry that happened.
But it brought me here, which, from the looks of it, was where I need to be.
Sounds a lot better than where you were, that's for sure. I
Yeah,
mean, we're in this...
I hate cold.
There. Yeah.
I hate it so much. It's the worst.
Yeah. I understand that for sure. I wanted to let you know, though, as far as having a plan, I don't know what your plan is, but if and when you do end up needing help, or if you decide to share it with the group, like, I'm behind you. You've been here for me for long enough that I've got some loyalties. If you need my services or my assistance, just let me know. As far as Orokas goes, since he didn't ask you to keep quiet about it, why exactly do you know, like, what information he wants from me, about me, or anything like that?
Well, first of all, I realize that he very well could be scrying us at the moment. But like I said, he didn't ask for my quiet, to hold my tongue. Let's call it what it is, Orandi. You're not from this plane. Maybe you were originally, but you would yourself admit you're from Shamarea, and this concerns him.
I mean, I'm by far not the only one. Unfortunately, I've got a lot stacked against me in that regard, and I understand that. The reason I ask is because I have plans. I have goals that I need to accomplish, and like you, I may/will need help with them, but I may/will need help with mine a lot sooner. Very, very much sooner, potentially. And you're able-bodied, you're able-minded, you're powerful. I was wondering if I could ask you to help me, maybe puzzle through a couple things, if that's okay. And this is strictly confidential. But, well, here might not be the best place to do it. We'd probably have to be somewhere where we couldn't be scurried on, for one thing.
That's understandable.
Do you know of any kind of place where we could do that?
The best place would probably be an anti-magic field, if we could find one.
Question for the DM. As I remember something now, a while ago, when Orokas took me to be questioned, I requested an anti-scrying amulet, and I specifically recall at the time not giving it back to him because he did not explicitly ask
An
for
amulet
it.
of non-detection?
Yes.
What's your question?
Do I still have it?
You shouldn't. I believe specifically I said that he would take it back at the end of the thing.
Okay. So maybe you had like been to it ahead of time. Okay. Just wondering. All that said, if there's any way for us to potentially find a way to talk privately, even, I mean, with the rest of the group as well, I would really appreciate it, and I figure with your more magical expertise and know-how, you might be the right person to ask about that. If it helps, it is a life or death matter, and it's very urgent.
That being the case, if it's life or death, I can't really say no. But I would also... Orana, we've known each other for less than 2 weeks. I don't think, after everything I've seen, I don't think you're a bad person. I do think you have good intentions. I do not trust you. But if it means a life, I will help.
It's not my life, admittedly. If that changes anything, I feel like I should be upfront about that. I don't even know who it is. I just know that I can't let it happen.
Very well. We can definitely find a way to speak about this in private. Now, don't take my words harshly. You definitely are a person I could grow to become fond of. But as of right now, we've not known each other long enough. So at this point in time, I will help you if it means saving a life. But I just want you to be aware of how I feel about the topic.
No, I completely understand. We haven't known each other very long. I think that our closeness as a party in general is largely due to A, I mean the fact that we work well together, but B, shared trauma. You know, we've been through a lot. A lot has happened in the past less than 2 weeks of time that I haven't been keeping track of. You know, yeah. All that said, I just wanted to throw out a few questions and follow up on those. I'll admit freely, my loyalty is very easy to gain if it is given to the right people. I don't necessarily have the best sense for people, but I think the people around me, I'm very good at seeking out people who do have better senses of people. If that makes sense. So,
Zopharis and Jax are pretty good at that.
yeah, they're pretty good guys. I'm glad we've got them. And I'm glad I've got you. Anyway, I'm exhausted. It looks about that time, so...
Okay, both of you take 1,250 XP.
Nice.
Annabelle, that was good shit.
Thanks.
That was damn good shit.
Cerberus, you lay down to rest for the
Wait, I
second
can hear
half.
you. Should I
Yeah, you
leave?
should probably leave.
Okay, I was gonna
Wait
say...
a second.
You lay down for the second portion of your rest and drift into sleep. And in the trance-like state, your mind escapes back to the moments hours before where a party of ravaging tribesmen rush through the muck and mire, throwing weapons at you and your friends. And you allow yourself to be immersed in the ease of their destruction. You travel along the path of the spell that you cast, and your mind dances among the carnage that you reaped among their bodies. And time stands still for a second. It's not a revelry. It's not a positive thing. It's just an observation. And in that slow moment, you can feel the rain begin to descend and wash away the fractured corpses and the blood soaking the swamp water, and eventually yourself. You close your eyes and feel the wet, thunderous storm quiet and become cold and turn to stone. Or not stone, sorry, snow. You open your eyes and a towering city floats in the sky above you on an inverted mountain of stone supported by runes and magic. And with ease, you are gliding up to the gate. Slowly. You can hear, as the thunder cracks in your waking world, the sound of alarm bells. And as your feet alight on the cobblestones that lead up to the outer gates, you stride forward simply and without malice, without intention. The armored individuals that halt you, that raise wands to stop you, are struck down. There are flashes of white. You don't see what you see: burning bodies, charred and laying on the ground, twitching uncontrollably. You stride forward and raise a hand, and the gate lifts. More guards. Citizens who are being shoved inside their homes by armored individuals. are immediately nullified. Flashes of white, burned bodies. You walk all the way to the central building as a wake of inconveniences trail behind you. You walk up the steps. The castle guard falls. Malign the intentions of the people. Flashes of white, burned bodies. The ruler on his throne of alabaster and white, cast at your feet. White flashes, a burned body. You step up, alight the throne, and pull out of your own body, witnessing an ascendance that you don't necessarily intend to do, that you didn't ask for. A white flash, a burned body, a quiet city, and the rain washes it all away. And you wake up.
All right, I like that. I like that. Okay, okay.
Safarius, a perception check, please.
Jordan.
Jordan?
Jordan.
Hello, Jordan.
Hello.
Perception check, please.
Can you hear me, Jordan?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, apparently you can't hear the other two. They're talking to you.
Oh,
Hey, Logan's asking for a perception check.
okay. That's a natural 20, plus 7, so 27.
27. You notice the slow descent of...
Yeah, I can't hear you. Hold on.
That's so
Hold on.
weird.
I'm gonna leave and come back.
Maybe now?
Now?
There you are.
27. You notice the silent, slow descent of the massive silhouette of the owl.
Ah, hello there.
Hello.
Did you enjoy your day?
It was quite pleasant. It's a day unlike I've had, and I would appreciate more if it is convenient.
Of course. Yeah, I can only summon you every 2 days. But yeah, as much as I can, I'd be glad to let you have that freedom.
I appreciate this. Thank you.
You're welcome. I think my friend said that you've had 3, I think, masters before you? Or before me, anyway.
I believe he is correct.
Your other masters, what were they like?
It's difficult to remember. The longer that I go without them, the less they seem to be connected. One was a boy. One was an old man.
is most of the images that I can recall in my mind.
Do you, I don't know, feel? Do you have emotion?
Or what you speak of. I have a direction that guides me and informs me. I have opinions. I have not loved. I do not grieve. I do not miss the masters before you. I will not miss you when you are gone. But I exist.
I guess that's good in a way. Because if you did miss, that would be kind of a painful way to be, I guess. If you really did miss or love someone, so.
I am appreciative that whoever made me took that into consideration.
As am I. I'm just glad that you came into my possession. I know we've only spoken but a minute, but I like you a lot. You're really awesome, and I'm glad that I'm able to be your master for however long that would be.
I appreciate that I have come into the possession of someone who allows me small comforts.
Well, I guess it's getting close to that time.
Yes. But I shall see you hopefully in a few days.
Yes. Next time I think I'd like to fly with you, if you don't mind.
I don't mind at all.
Alright. It's a deal.
And falls on the ground.
Love him so much. Okay, and Cerberus would be awake at this point, right? It'd be just me and him.
Cerberus looks like he's having like a fever dream. Like he's like,
Okay.
it's raining, but you can definitely tell he's sweating and uncomfortable.
I'm just gonna take out like a piece of cloth and dump some like cold water on it and just kind of like put it over his forehead.
Okay.
See
As
if that
soon
helps.
as you go within a few inches, there's an arc that shocks your hand.
Ow. Okay.
Yeah, your right arm kind of goes limp.
Oh. This is out loud. All right. Wonderful. Don't go to the Shocky Wizard when he's not awake. Got it. Okay. Is that from you, Zamir? Probably. My bad. All right. I'm just gonna start like talking out loud, trying to really commune with anything that will listen, any kind of spirit to Memon. I'll just be a lot's been happening. It's been kind of crazy. We're trying to put together the pieces of this puzzle. We're trying to stop something bad. I feel like it is bad, whatever this Great Arranger is. If you can show me a sign, if you can pull me in a direction, I am your vassal. I guess I'm just asking for guidance of
As you look up, you
anything.
see a figure. Not up, but as your eyes go up, you can see a figure off in the swamp.
Oh, gotcha.
Pale. Give me another perception check.
Uh, 19.
19. Yeah, that's pretty good. You see an elf. It's hard to make out details, even though it's a pale, almost ghostly presence. You can see the skin is darker, the hair is longer. The body is hard to make out and seems to stop at about the knee, just above the surface of the water. And then it turns to look at you. The eyes are hollow, empty. And then it disappears. Just blows away on the wind. But you could swear for a second that it seemed familiar. Thunder cracks
Okay.
overhead and Cerberus wakes up.
Could I tell if it was like a boy or girl?
It looked male.
Male. Okay.
I'll just kind of sit up and just kind of look around and start touching and you'll hear me go, not singed.
Well, I got singed. If you look over, you see the right arm's kind of like limp.
Me too.
Well, I noticed you were kind of, feverishly dreaming, and I was just gonna put a cool cloth on your head, and I got zapped.
I'm sorry. I don't have a smile for that. I shouldn't have shocked you.
Well, if you don't mind me asking, what were you dreaming about? If you feel comfortable,
Just a shit ton of lightning.
because I saw a figure. It was like a very pale, actually kind of familiar now that I think about it, elf that had kind of hollow eyes and just, I don't know, and as soon as it vanished, you woke up. So I don't know if there's any connection there, I guess.
It, yeah, it's strange. It could have vanished because I woke up. I don't know.
I scan around for it. Do I see it
You do not.
anywhere? Yeah, I don't know. I was just kind of thinking out loud. Slash kind of praying, I guess. Just for guidance, I guess. I don't know. We're on the cusp of something, but my gut's just telling me it's something bad at the other end. I just want to figure out what it is.
Yeah, slowly but surely putting the pieces together. It's definitely not positive.
No, not at all. Whatever this great arranger is, yeah, every time I say it, I just, it's gross.
Evil.
So you guys wake up and break camp. The rain continues to fall. But you guys make your way a couple of hours in, and you can see on the horizon the silhouette of a small town. A little ways into that, you hear kind of a commotion. You see a cart pulled over on the side of the road. You hear, "No, please, I can pay, I promise. I'm just a little behind right now, and things been rough at home." And you guys also hear another voice. "I don't really care.
Daddy said that if you don't pay, we'll just throw you away. So I need my money now, or I'm taking these horses, and Brutus and Grum are going to rearrange your teeth. Does that sound acceptable? You guys, pulling up, see what looks like a small, portly dwarven man, clean shaven, with kind of a balding head and these tiny little spectacles, being harassed by a group of 3 men. He's got a cart that looks like it's loaded in the back with stone. The first gentleman, who seems to be kind of the leader, very well dressed, aristocratic garb with this sort of foppish blonde bob, pointy chin, kind of a pointy longer nose, and then the 2 gentlemen with him appear to be guards of some sort, though they look like they have ranked armor, like nicer, finer gambesons and things underneath. Cerberus immediately takes the second to appreciate the embroidery that he can see.
Fierce.
And then there are 2 kind of, for lack of a better term, broken-looking mares that are strapped to the stone wagon. They look tired. They look old. And then one of the armored guards kind of plants his foot on the dwarf's chest and shoves him backwards, like onto his ass. See, now that wasn't very nice, was it? Don't make us get meaner.
Hey.
How far away are we?
You're just passing.
I stop, yeah.
Same.
Excuse me, is there a problem here? I don't mean to cut in, but no need for that.
Please, just keep moving. This is my business. I'll take care of it.
He says, like, from the ground.
I go to help him up.
Excuse me, what do you think you're doing? The blonde, younger man, probably in his late teens.
We don't.
I'm gonna step in front of him, all 5 foot 4 of me. How tall is he?
Not much taller than you.
I'm gonna stick my chin up at him and say, "We're doing what's right."
So you're aiding and abetting a tax evader?
No, we're assisting him because I am going to pay whatever is owed.
Oh. Well, do you have some connection to this gentleman?
I'm a philanthropist. I don't need to have connections to do good and assist those in need.
Kind of folds his arms. Well, if you have the money, then we could settle this now. Daddy would be very happy if I came back with this money. 100 gold pieces should suffice.
That's a lot of money. And I hand him 10 platinum.
Well, it seems we're in presence of some esteem. That's not to say, do you, any of you, happen to hold noble titles? I don't believe it's quite appropriate for riffraff to stand before nobles without bowing.
I actually do hold a title.
Really?
What's
And I
your
turned the
title,
fuck around.
if I may ask?
I'm the son of Baron Renaud, owner of Rosenald.
Do I know of this Baron Renaud?
Baron
Do-
Renaud. The barons are essentially landowners that operate the towns and villages outside of Zealous. So a baron would be... So there's Mirepoix, who owns the province, who answers to... yeah, he's a duke. He answers to the Chamber of the King, and the barons answer to the Chamber of the Duke.
Ah, I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're really just functioning mayors, but they have enough money to own most everyone's farms and land.
Gotcha,
so-
gotcha.
Well, they run them. Technically, the Duke owns all of it.
Right.
Yeah.
They just run it because
Yeah, it's
he
like a
couldn't
trickle-down
possibly
rental
run-
system. Like,
Yeah,
I'll let you have this plot of land. But the blonde man snatches the money away.
And I turn to the man on the ground, or I guess he's been helped up now. Was that all that you owed in full?
Well, yes, for now.
For now.
I find myself in a bit of a financial pickle. I'm trying to start a new business.
Of course. And as a philanthropist, would like to ask, how much is owed total?
Oh, I mean, that pays me up for now. I just have to get on my feet before I can continue to make payments on future years.
So you do not owe this man any money. If you weren't to borrow any more money,
But not,
would not owe him
not
the
presently,
money.
no.
Okay.
I didn't borrow any money. I don't believe in being in oh my gosh. I can never repay this. I can handle my own affairs.
Sir, I'm a philanthropist. It was money freely given, as a gift from a friend.
But a
You
debt
can
is
call
a
me
debt.
Andy. It's not a debt. It's a friendly gesture. Call me Andy.
Whatever you say, Miss Andy.
Which also does not sound like tax evasion, particularly. I'm just curious on why you thought he was evading.
He's been back taxes for almost 2 years now, and I've been sent with my cousins here to collect on behalf of the mayor. He has some new property in town that he hasn't been able to financially afford or keep up on,
In addition to his family farm, which was graciously given to him. Well, that may be true.
Alright, I was just curious.
I'll wheel about from facing the farmer man and on a heel, and I'll very in a way that a harlequin or a court jester might, very deeply with one foot stuck out, bow down to this man and say, "Well, noble sir, if there's no more business that you need to carry out a transaction for here, I believe we and you had best be on our way so that this man may make money for any future transactions you need to conduct together."
Quite, though, if you don't mind staying here, I don't travel with lowlifes. Come along.
And he moves his guards forward, and they mount their horses.
You might want to help him, though. It's gonna take him a little while to get back to town, I think.
And one of the guards hefts an axe and then swings down at the horses and separates the yoke, so the horses are set free to just run off.
Do any of us have any potential reactions? I don't. But
Not for something like that. But yeah, the horses spook from the axe and take off.
What was your name, by the way?
Lorcan Renaud.
Lockin?
Lorcan,
Right?
Lorcan.
Sir, I do deeply, gravely apologize for bothering you.
And yet you
However-
continue to do it. Look, I've got my daddy's money. I'm not going to ask for the pedigree of this elf. I'm moving along, and so should you. You've wasted
I
a
just-
lot of money on nothing.
And
I
he kind
just
of
needed to
spits in
know-
the direction of the dwarf.
I believe those horses, however, are of quite noble pedigree. I have to be an expert.
He just turns around on his horse and they begin trotting away.
And
Um,
I will go ahead and unyoke Jax as quickly as I can, and I'll mount up, and I will ride up next to him.
Do you take Arandi up next to him?
Yep.
By the way,
Yep.
I'm bareback on this horse.
Okay.
But I will side saddle so that I look a little bit more proper.
They don't break stride, they just continue trotting to town.
I'll say, good and noble sir, you seem to have forgotten that in maiming the horses, you doing that injury should now owe him the fee that those horses are due.
They're not injured, they're just free to roam about. He didn't hit the horses, he hit the cart.
Oh shit! Well then I wouldn't have done all of this. I thought he chopped their killed the horses themselves.
No,
Oh.
Oh no, I would have fucking lit his
nah,
ass up.
he's just a dick.
Okay. Can we retcon all of that?
No.
Well, I still believe that the tack itself is very expensive.
You can bring it up with the court council. Good day.
Alright, for now I'll need a down payment on my investment that you've borrowed from.
Goodbye, Devil Blood. Just continues trotting away.
What are the horses they're on? Are they war horses or not?
Yes.
I am going to cast Prestidigitation as he rides ahead, and I am going to soil his trousers.
Okay. You probably won't notice for a minute.
Perfectly fine. And I'll just head back with
Okay.
Jax. I'll kind of pat him to let him know.
The dwarf is like running around cartoonishly, like, Matilda, come back here. We have to go into town, and oh bother.
Do the horses look like they can be spooked?
The ones riding away?
Yes.
No, they're trained. This is like a noble and his personal guard.
Okay, never mind. I was gonna try to spook the horses.
I was gonna say the two dinky mares that just got released from the wagon. Yeah, they are spooked presently.
In that case, I'll go ahead once I get back to the group. I'll kind of get off of Jax and I'll give him a pat and I'll kind of lean over and say, "Do you think there's any way that you could help him by chance?"
We're linked, right? Are we mind linked?
Oh, no, we are not.
So
Yeah, just, or,
I guess I shake my head yes.
okay. Well,
If I'm a horse, can I speak to other horses while I'm a horse?
Let me check on that.
that's a good point.
That is a good point.
You just see Jax over like.
A druid loses their ability to speak while in animal form because they are limited to the sounds that a normal, untrained animal can make, but they can communicate normally with other animals of the same general grouping as their new form. So you can't, like, turn into a horse and talk to a squirrel, but you can specifically you can communicate with horses.
So, I'm gonna lean over and I'm gonna be like, you should tell them that you're the prince of the horses and that they need to attend you, and that they'll be like, I don't know, rewarded or something. You do look like a very beautiful steed, by the way, Jax. I wanted to say and compliment you on your beast shaping. Wild.
So, I mean, these horses. The problem here is these horses are like war horses. They're probably like like a sergeant in the army. They're just like fucking scruffy and like. Whoa.
So those are the nobles' horses? I think she's talking about the two dinky horses that were connected to the stone cart.
Oh, I thought you were talking about. Okay, yeah, I can do that then. Yeah, I guess I'll. Are you gonna stay on me while I do this, or are you gonna jump off?
No, I wouldn't. I don't want to undermine your authority. What I will do at this time, though, I think it might be best to mind link, because I don't know how your charisma is, but if we mind link, I might be able to assist you. So I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
Hey, and then
For
I.
5 hours.
What's the distance on that?
Oh, that's a good question. It is. Within 1 mile.
And what did you want me to do? You wanted me to say I'm the prince's horse or something?
The prince of the horses. Of horse and car. So you know, when Gandalf comes back in the Lord of the Rings with the horses, and he's like, "This is the king of the horses," or some stupid shit like that. That's what I want
Way
you
to
to do. I want you
spoil.
to be that horse. Sorry. Spoiler alert. Sorry.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I'm just gonna start booking it to one of the horses.
Or like the king. You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
Okay.
Where he-
Yeah, I think.
So the
he's
two
prince
mares
of
are
the
kind
horses.
of like off in a field now.
They're both mares.
Are they together?
Yes.
Alright, I'll just gallop up to them.
Yeah.
Do 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 do.
They kind of like look up lazily. They're pretty old horses.
Ah, yeah, yes, yes, it is I, Jacques Soudgam the horse. I happen to be the prince of horses, of all horses of all of the land.
If a horse could go, then the horse on the left does. The horse on the right goes, Meredith, did you hear? It's the Prince of Horses. Come to free us from this enslavement.
For the record, I do have a +8 or 10 in deception that I would like to assist in. A +10 I would like to assist in any of the endeavors.
Okay. Jezebel, this ain't no prince and no horses. He just had a person riding on him. Ain't no prince I ever saw ever let anybody ride on him.
I'm your page, and actually, I answer to you. We're
Actually, I see you talking about somebody who was riding me. I was allowing that to happen. I'm actually in control of that person.
and I was riding you because my shitty feet are not long enough and I'm not strong enough, but I'm able to assist you in diplomatic matters.
So basically, like, I do everything on my own, you know, and whenever I need just a hand to do menial tasks for me, they ride on me, you know, because it's easier, you know.
Really? Can you prove it?
Yes. And I'll turn around and run,
Command me to.
and I'll go back and I'll just you go run into that tree.
And I'll do it like a grandiose bow, and I'll go run into the tree.
Just like head first.
Yeah, sure. Not hard. Like I'm gonna fake it.
Contextually, Cerberus and Zell only see the horse run out, the horse run back, and then Orandi run horns first straight into the nearest oak. That's it.
I look over, kind of lean in. I'm like, do we want to ask? Because I'm not sure.
I feel like if they need help, they'll ask.
Okay.
The
yeah.
dwarf is just sitting there wringing his hands like, oh dear, she's paid for me and now she's got a concussion. What a kind soul.
Never fear, good sir. I am perfectly fine.
And
Like,
I'll turn my
talking
head
to a hay bale.
I'll turn my head to the horses and I'll like gesture like, see?
All right, Prince Ty. What can we do for you? Meredith, you should be more respectful to the royalty. Jezebel,
Tell them
shut the fuck up.
that in this land, the slavery of which they speak is still considered legal, and that you're currently on a diplomatic mission to end it. So, you have just paid for their freedom. However, the man who owned them was a slave, and he has done everything he could to assist you in doing so. Say that you humbly request for them to pull his cart to the nearest town, just as a matter of goodwill, because he is such a good man.
I love that this is straight up like a game of telephone, where Brian has to remember this complicated fucking plan you have, and Jax is never gonna say the things that Orandi is saying.
So far, it's been like a very abridged version.
And just to be clear, you're talking about the dwarf. Right? You're talking about pulling the dwarf's cart in?
Yeah, just humbly entreat him, them to assist him, because of his goodwill, and let
Oh, I
them
got it.
know that. Yeah, you got it. I believe in you. I know you've got this.
So I have trot back over. So as you know, as the Prince of Horses, basically, I personally have been sent on such a diplomatic mission, because obviously the enslavery of horses in this area, right? The enslavery of horses is bad. We don't want that. However, I However, it is legal. It is okay. It's by law. So what I am here to do is to break that and to free all of the horses. However, in this specific example, the man over there, the dwarf, which you probably know since he was you are his horses technically under the law, kinda.
Most of them.
Y- y-
Kind master, a loving man who just cares for their well-being.
Yeah. So that guy over there, he's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. He only cares about the good. He doesn't want to enslave you. He wants you to be free. He just needs his carts pulled back to town. That's it. Just a gesture of goodwill to help him this last time, and then you are free to go.
Meredith, it's our chance to serve a real noble. This is exciting. So, outside of this hypothetical freedom, which I must be honest, if you were the Prince of Horses and you've been around this whole time, a little late in the game for me. Would have appreciated this about 10 years ago.
I've been very busy, freeing horses all over the country. I've freed at least 5.
Well, how big is 5?
It's a lot. It's a
It's a lot. Trust me. Trust me. 5.
You're making history.
Gotta say, it looks to me like me and Jezebel here could just mosey on that direction, and little short legs over there ain't ever gonna catch us. So, I don't really see why we should help.
That it's
We
part
got
of
our
the
freedom right
diplomatic
now.
mission. Part of the diplomatic mission is to show the goodwill of horses that you are willing to help this man who's tried everything he could and has in the end succeeded in helping them, and then also tell them that if they assist you, you will in turn assist them in leading them to the land of the horses, the fabled land of the horses.
I'm gonna need a deception check for this one.
Add 10.
Oh, for me?
Yes.
Before I recite the story?
Unless you'd like me
Let's
to
go
roll it.
ahead and just see whether you succeed or not. I'm gonna make this the land of the horses,
The land of the horses. He's established it. He's
DC 15.
Logan, that was.
You just
I'm
have to
just
get a
gonna
bite.
see
I have a +1 myself, so I have to
the
get a 4.
land of the horses.
You got this.
I rolled a 10.
I got the horses in the mud.
So it's a 21, not natural.
Yeah.
What do you say?
They're not in the back anymore. They're emancipated.
Aye, so I'm gonna be frank with you. People don't think horses are anything right now. We have to show them, right? We have to show them that we are kind, helping creatures. If we don't, they'll just enslave us longer, because then we're just being dicks, right? So we really, really have to show them, right? So here's what I'm going to do for you, okay? I'm gonna do this for you. You assist him getting his thing back, getting his cart back to town, and I, as the Prince of Horses, will assist you in showing you to the land of the horses, which is very, very secretive. This is like heaven, okay, for horses. If you know what heaven is, heaven
Tell
probably.
them that their assistance in this particular part of the country is so valuable that you'll grant them titles of nobility and land along with it.
And I'll do you one better.
They'll be
I'll
Dutch-
even put in a good word for the overseer of all the horses,
Your
even
father-
over me,
Father
which is my father, which is of course my father. We call him. I won't tell you his name. It's no.
Jezebel,
Listen,
he's never gonna stop talking if we don't walk back to that cart. Meredith, you shouldn't be. Jezebel, shut up and walk that way. And they go over to the cart and get hitched up.
huzzah for the horses! Aye.
His name is George.
and I will bow to Jackson Gelm, and I will make clearly a request. And if you could I'll just be tell us to hitch you up to the cart. Over me.
See, look, one final show of my appreciation. I'll show you who that I say am, who I say I am. And I'll just go over and just like nudge you by my head and nudge the cart and
Of course, my lord. And I'll hitch him up to the car.
As you're being hitched up, Meredith goes, or Jezebel goes, Meredith, this is a little strange. It seems like a pyramid scheme. Jezebel. Never mind.
Too late now, motherfuckers.
So all the horses are hitched up, and the one dwarven farmer kind of dusts himself off. At least to show my apologies, I could invite y'all for dinner, if that's perfectly fine.
Wanted to ask your name, if we could.
My humble apologies. My name is Bloom, Pugnacious Bloom. Judging from the sedimentary silicate dusting your clothes and wagon, you all must be Zellans from the west. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
The pleasure is all mine, sir. And in fact, if you are looking to into a business endeavor, I, as a philanthropist, may be willing to invest in your business. If you'd be willing to have.
Well,
the
I
profit.
couldn't possibly accept any more of your money. You've already paid me more than I would probably make in the duration of my time here on this here planet. But
I would love to know how you borrowed that much money.
I didn't borrow any money. I didn't borrow any. Well, I borrowed a little bit of money, but I paid that back. This is mostly just taxes on the space inside town, and the store, the value of the building, and maybe possibly a small quarry I purchased the land for outside of town, and then also my farmhouse and land, which is fairly large. We've expanded quite a bit over the last couple of years, me and my wife and my 37 children.
Wow, it sounds like you have quite an operation. I would love to see it and perhaps become a customer.
Are you into stonemasonry?
I am actually looking to eventually have a keep built.
I could possibly help with that. Yes, please, come to dinner. There's a pretty large farmhouse outside of town. You just show up, we'll provide you some excellent food.
Absolutely. Well, lead the way into town.
No, but right up this road. Follow me. And he spurs on Jezebel and Meredith, who begin pulling and pass Jax, and both of the horses shoot him like a sideways glance as they're walking past, and then like shake and continue moving forward, and your cart follows behind. And that is where we're gonna end today's session. Wow, a lot happened this session, but that's our show, everybody. I'm gonna hop off of the stream as fast as I can so I can talk about stuff with my players. But thanks to Alligator Turtle for a riddle I didn't get right in the comments, and also our first little tiny comment conversation thing. Chat.
A riddle. Wait, I had the thing.
Yeah.
What is...
And thank you to my beautiful players, and thank you for people who watched our stream. We're gonna go ahead and go, but we'll see you next week. Bye!
Bye.
Bye.